wanna be so where you
Everybody, welcome. We are about to start our program in T-5 minutes. I am asking and requesting everybody that is standing outside, please, all the delegates, our kids are ready to launch the convention. Please come into the hall, let us begin, albeit late, so we can be on time for lunch and continue on with the afternoon program. Please, if you're congregating outside, please come inside so we can begin our convention.
DJ Selma, watching the whole Cameroon. The girl, watching Zola O'Brien, representing for DJ Selma. Watching the whole Cameroon.
Honey, it's DJ Selma.
You know you couldn't lose. Yeah, watching Zola O'Brien, representing for DJ Selma. Watching the whole Cameroon. The girl them love of the youth. You know you couldn't lose.
Peace, love, and unity. Coming towards the madame, love and funny. You walk in the peace, love, and unity. Peace, love, and unity. Peace, love, and unity. Peace, love, and unity. Oh, ma. Belonyanga, for Taroyof. Atalvera venuation. Yamki Mashun so, we me more Myrin. The Paramount Fund also, that family belongs to you. You will for now ring this year. You bona fun vero, the we will so outside. You bona fun vero, ma. Asanya Fuka, Chavlakai. Let us preserve our unity, love, peace, and unity, standing together as one big family. Shuinso, Shuyero, Munafon, Vervensoa. You won't give an over, you won't give an over, you won't. There you wanna be even over, you won't. There you wanna be even over.
where you wanna be so, where you wanna be even, where you wanna be so, where you wanna.
Oh no, the sun might lamp on me, young was the sun one day. Can talk your ways of a sun to him way. The band be your way, love is in the one. A tata de raven party, shrin so sorry. Then couldn't serve it away. Shrin saw the name of band we Shrin saw the name of Jack Kill we Shrin so Shrin so Shrin so.
Peace, love, and unity. Tatan yenyoy kongi. Peace, love, and unity. Veselin yang at washalem. Peace, love, and unity. Tatan yenyoy kongi. Peace, love, and unity. Veselin yang at washalem.
All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We're going to get our program started while the hall fills up. We will not wait any longer. Our kids have been waiting for us, so it is only fair that we begin our program. So, on behalf of the National Executive, welcome to BFU Dallas. A big shout out to the Dallas chapter for hosting us this year. Please, let's give a round of applause for Dallas. I see a few of their members out here in the hall. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you see any one of them, please give them a big hug and tell them thank you. We had an amazing time last night, and we're fixing to get another amazing time for the rest of the weekend. So, without further ado, hey kids, are you ready?
Legion Young, the Prince, Mileku, alias Malaiman. Oh Jesus, Legion the Prince Mileku alias Malaiman.
Washington, D.C. My chapter. Please, everybody, give it up for Washington, D.C. kids. Let's go!
Legion the Prince Mileku alias Malaiman.
Arizona in the house. Let's go, Arizona. I need to see the dance moves, Arizona. Hey! I see some wonderful people now in Houston. Let's go, Houston. Yes, give it up for Houston, You see the population of Houston? This is in anticipation for next year, everybody. Let's give it up for Houston. Give it up for Houston. Let's put our hands together for
the wine by the landlord, we could wait in.
Let's go, Dallas children.
Baba Jame.
I want you guys to see that there's the other ones that are actually the ones that have tools that are entering the back right now. Let's give it up for Dallas. They're the movers and shakers of the
I give it up to my new chapter, Northern California, everybody. North Cal in the house. Peace, love, and unity. Let's go, North Cal. Peace, love, and unity. Peace, love, and unity. Peace, love, and unity. Minnesota. Welcome, Minnesota. Thank you, Minnesota. And we have
the family belongs to you. You will for now ring this year. You wanna fun vero.
Next we have Georgia. Georgia is going to help bring in the one and only. Let's go, Georgia.
As one big family,
Oh, my apologies, everybody. My glasses failed me. New England, New England. Let's go, New England. New England.
There you wanna be even oh, there you wanna be even oh. Agree. Ay ay ya, oh yo, ay ay ya, oh baranga. Ay ay ya, oh.
Georgia chapter, Georgia.
Ay ay ya, oh baranga.
I think Georgia is one of the lead chapters. I need to see that.
There you wanna be even. There you wanna be so. There you wanna be even. There you wanna be so. There you wanna.
I love what I'm seeing, guys.
Listen, mighty lamb, young was the son of the can talk your ways of a son to him. The band be your will.
Georgia chapter.
A tata de raven party so sorry. Then cutting so very.
I am going to ask Georgia chapter to help me usher in the next chapter. And this next chapter, Georgia chapter is going to help me usher in the next chapter because they are like 5 and 6. 5 and 6 are not separated, they are together. Ladies and gentlemen, Georgia chapter, please help me usher in the Carolinas. The Carolinas, everybody.
Ginyam wora fon vere venyo ye jo
applause for our children and the team that has been leading them to this point. I need to see all the kids dancing. Let me do this. Let's sing the song. Let's sing the song. Let's put... we're proud of who we are. Maybe that's what they'll know quickly. So that they can dance. This is their moment. Let's give it to them. Hey, anybody here on the stage know we're proud of who we are? Do you guys know it? Are you ready to dance it? I don't hear a response. And if you don't respond to me, we're not doing anything. Are you ready to dance? We're proud of who we are? That's more like it, guys. All right, DJ, do your thing.
Man for me, love will I walk. Major one goes away. We proud of who we are. Major one goes away. We proud of who we are.
Me a wandang bagalmo, and a wandang jangman jongo, my brother. I find the bus full of champagne. We go still chop on my sister.
When they see me coming, he can't tell I walk on your boys. Money for me, follow me. Turula, Mishita, kill a wicked set. With the one side, can you hear the troubles?
Can't man for me, love will I walk. Major one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti, nay, versi tough, nay. Major one goes away. We proud of who we are. Can't man for me, love will I walk. Major one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti, nay, versi tough, nay. Major one goes away. We proud of who we are. Lenzi ganse tenule no. For vini consansi. Ven wa we are watching go. For vini consansi. Lenzi ganse tenule no. For vini consansi. Ven wa we are watching go. For vini consansi.
Ngakeke bumake. Yeah, I'll sing some. If you know say you be proud of your beginning, make you the shine your light. Just follow me, oh, follow me, oh, follow me, shine your light. Le bambo le wa, we been your identity, we been your identity.
Come in upon this one again. I'll be proud, my milky girl, yeah, I'm proud of who I am, yeah. C'est pas point tout, yeah. Wafu samo, yeah. Bangante, bangjung, yeah.
Can't man for me, love will I walk. Major one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti, nay, versi tough, nay. Major one goes away. We proud of who we are. Lenzi ganse tengle no. For vini consansi. Ven wa we are watching go. For vini consansi. Venzi ganse tengle no. For vini consansi. Ven wa we are watching go. For vini consansi.
Thank you, our children. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge Ohio chapter and their kids who are not present, but they are here. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to our wonderful children who were so organized and so respectful. I will hand you guys over back to your person, Amulen, and the TLD team to take you guys on back, and we have the rest of the program figured out. Oh, okay. They want to dance out. DJ.
Ayo,
The First Lady of Dallas, everybody. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This was so much fun. I feel like we should just continue. Should we just continue and forget about everything else? Oh, we do have, ladies and gentlemen, I am not sure what happened, but the fire alarm is on. We are waiting for further instructions. But please, before we start, I would like to remind us, I need your attention, please. The children have gone out of the room, and now I need our attention, please. This is important. This is very, very important, and it's going to be as important for the rest of the weekend. Please, please. I need everyone to please pay attention. The badges. Please, what I am saying, somebody is going to ask me again after this. Let me say it, please. I want to say it here so that we can disseminate the correct information for those that aren't here. It is imperative. I can't stress it enough. It is imperative that through the entirety of the weekend, everybody have their badge around their necks. Why? Someone would ask me. In order to eat, if you do not have this badge, you will not be given food. You will not be allowed access to the event center, which is this area. 1 second, please. False alarm. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. We can move on quietly now. In order to get access to this event center after today, after this afternoon, you are going to need a badge. Whoa. Okay. All right. I'm back on. Sorry. In order to get food, you are going to need a badge. And this also applies to our children. If the hotel staff does not see anyone with a badge, they will not give you food. I am sorry. Please reach out to me if you have registered your kids and they didn't get a badge. This is why we stress the importance of everyone being registered, including the children. Because without a badge, nobody's going to get food. Please, 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 make sure. I'm stressing this point because it is important. To get access to any of our events this weekend, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? And when I say the event space, I mean the space that starts from Jackery Fashion over there and the escalator over there on the side with Anna Rice. That is our event space. When you get off the elevators, you will be blocked by security. Before you get off the escalator, you will be blocked by security if you do not have a badge. So it is imperative. I am stressing this because somebody's going to ask. If your children do not have badges, please text me right now, and I'll make sure that they have badges during lunchtime or around that time. I am begging and pleading. Thank you very much. We are scheduled to have lunch at the next... I may have moved too far forward. We're scheduled to have lunch in the next 8 minutes. And lunch is almost about to happen. But before that, I would want to find out if they're ready for us so that we can continue with our further activities, and then we go forward. Thank you. DJ, please play something nice. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lunchtime. It is lunch time. They are ready for us to eat. Please, your badges. Text me. Text me.
Those are the names of music that don't have badges. One adult and the rest are kids.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and eat. Food is served.
Hello. Hello, folks. There are more food stations. If you go to my left, we have the same food. There is nobody on the table on that side. We are running behind by 3 hours. There is food to my left. It seems people are thinking that the food out here is on the food. So please, there is a station to my left. There are no people there. Folks, let's make sure we are getting food on multiple sides. It's the same food. That way we can get food quickly and we keep going. All right? Folks, go to my left and get food.
Method G on the beat.
Still me, Tirajayo, yeah. Benchati wiro, we go for buyo. Benchati wiro, go for buyo. They know who we are, that's why they believe in what we believe in. Forever we believe. They will teach their sons, their roots and their songs. Let the children sing like the fathers did. Yaya kibu foluma, ibe nambaro. Tata kibu foluma, ibe nambaro. Berry kibu foluma, ibe nambaro. Berry kibu foluma, ibe nambaro. Benchati wiro, yako fubuyo. Benchati wiro, yako fubuyo. Benchati wiro, yako fubuyo. Benchati wiro, yako fubuyo. Besi uno nimle, besi une, besi uno nimle, besi une, besi uno, besi une, besi uno nimle, besi une.
Method G on the beat.
Benchati wiro, yako fubuyo. Benchati wiro, yako fubuyo. Benchati wiro, yako fubuyo. Benchati wiro, yako fubuyo. Besi uno nimle, besi une, besi uno nimle, besi une, besi uno, besi une, besi uno nimle,
Hello. 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 This is very important. Hello. Now, if you hear this message, make sure to share it. All right? This is a huge convention like no other. And the problem we're going to be dealing with is crowd control. And the only way to do that is with the badges. Right now, some people just registered and they did not add kids to their registration, right? And the kids are here and they need to eat. The instructions we've given to the staff is you show a badge, you get food. But we are being creative. Put your food on the table. If you have a badge, go get the food and come and give the child while we are sorting that out. I cannot be giving contrary instructions to the staff. Does that make sense? Let's be creative. Put the child down. Go use your badge, get food. You can go multiple times. All you need is a badge. Now, if you leave the hall without a badge, you are not coming back in. You go downstairs, there is security on the escalator, you are not coming back in. All of you have spent money to make sure we organize this. We cannot have adventurers come here and take up space. I've told the security, somebody may dress and have the biggest traditional regalia. That do not make them a delegate of our convention. Does that make sense? You can dress and look like the president or wherever. You are not part of this convention until you show a badge. Folks, there's a caveat to that, to our delegates that did not add their children. So what I have told the security is, if a parent is coming with dependents and that parent has a badge, let the kids come in. Does that make sense? So that we keep the crowd moving. But to get food, you've got to show a badge. And if your child does not have a badge, put the child on the table, go get the food. The evening is going to get even crazier, right? Nobody will get on that escalator without a badge. For those who have bought tickets, there will be wristbands down there for them to get their wristbands before they get access to the hall. Does that make sense? Please, we are going to, this is your event. BFU-USA members, this is your event. Let's start from that. This is your event. Okay? This hotel is doing a phenomenal job to help us have a good time. And we're going to work together. Okay? Let's make sure people are getting food. There is enough food. All right? But we don't want our food to run out because we have people who live around Houston. They just drove up here. They don't even participate in chapter meetings. Some are living here in Dallas. The Dallas chapter is struggling to put an event together. They are not showing up. And they want to come and eat and dance. Please don't let them.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Have we eaten to our satisfaction? Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Excellent feedback. Thank you, yeah. I appreciate it. Please, there is something that I need to say about badges, which is important. Please, I beg of you, I know that a lot of us are standing outside, but I would like for us to come in so we can start the rest of our program. Ki alo wa ya speaker honze. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. We are about to start our programming. We're just waiting on our audiovisuals people, and they'll be here soon. But please, in the meantime, I have something to please remind us about with the badges. And this goes especially to chapter presidents and those who shared the badges. Everyone who was registered had a printed badge. But I am very disappointed that right now some people are saying they don't have badges when they were printed. And I know they were printed because we sorted them out last night and we saw those names. So that means that people are using badges that aren't theirs, and it is not fair. And now we're having to reprint badges of people that already have badges. It takes away time from doing other things. It is time consuming, but also then it also robs of the person who is supposed to have the privileges that they're supposed to have, and they're not having them. I am begging of you, if you are a person distributing badges, hand the badges to the people. And this is why we insist that chapter presidents be the one to hand the badges to their members, because they know who their members are. There is a reason behind everything that we say, so that we can avoid some of the hiccups that we run into today. We shouldn't be printing out 50 badges on today when people had badges yesterday. So please help us be effective. Help us use our resources better. I plead of you. If you're a chapter president, only hand out badges to those people that are badges, that are on the badge, so that those that don't have can appropriately get the badges and the accommodations made for those. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Just a little bit of technical difficulties which we are resolving. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We were ready until we had some technical difficulties, but I'm glad that we got that solved. I don't think that we're going to ask people to come into the hall, but we're going to go ahead and start. We are behind schedule. We gained time and then we lost it, right? We win some, we lose some. What can we do? Okay. Please, if you're a representative of your chapter in the hall and you don't see your chapter members, please do me a huge favor and just write on your forums for them to come, or your fora, for them to please come into the hall so that we can get on with our program. We're going to be very quick with it. We're not going to waste a lot of time because we have wasted time trying to figure out our technical issues. I appreciate your patience. I know that it's boring just sitting around, but thank you. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Dom, are we good? Did you send a blast? Okay. Thank you. President Ray.
Hello. Hi, if you're out there, please, can you come into the hall? Let's get things going one more time, please. Good afternoon. Hello. We just had lunch and I thought it was very sumptuous, and I heard about the pepper, I missed it. And the good food, so fresh, so nice, and I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. So let's just get in here. If you're out doing business, please, can you stop for a moment? Let's have BFU business for a second, and then we can go on with the activities on the corridor. I will appreciate if all of you, please, can come into the hall. Let's get going. Oh, they're running away from cold? I thought it was just nice. All right, jokes aside, let me get someone to regulate the temperature. Hello? Yes, please, let's take our seats, and I will try to make it as quick as possible so that we can share the information available, everyone be informed, and we can have meaningful conversation about the organization going forward. So I will really appreciate, please, if you're outside, take your friend, take the next person you're talking to, come inside the hall, let us get things going. I've just asked the maintenance people to up the temperature, make you more comfortable. Hopefully in a very short while, bit you should be warmer than you were feeling previously. Judith Kibo, if you are outside, please, I want to talk to you right now. Judith, if you hear me, please, your attention is needed here.
Table linens, it's okay, they can do it while they're sitting on the table, but we don't have time. Yeah, we don't have time.
No, I'll just.
Since that, if people can just excuse us.
Did Don send the text? Okay. Okay, I think I will, respect your very useful, valuable time for those who are seated here, and we get going. Anybody who's coming afterwards can follow us up, or we can always share the information in our forum as we normally do. So, good afternoon, and welcome to Dallas 2024 one more time. Thank you very much. Dallas promised you guys a Texas-sized type of convention. I think you're getting the gist of what they meant. And I want to, on behalf of the national organization, thank Dallas for the wonderful job they're doing and the great preparation and everything that has gone into preparing, receiving, and treating you guys to a wonderful convention this year. So Dallas, thank you very much. Great job, great job, great job. We couldn't be more proud of you guys. And yesterday was just a start. Today is a continuation, and I think they are still going to be beating records, and records still will live here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Sunday. So thank you for being here. And it's a pleasure for me to talk to you today. I don't always like talking because I believe that when we're here for the convention, it's a moment for us to mingle, a moment for us to have very close conversation individually, family, and otherwise, so that we can create that affection for each other, which makes the union stronger. So I will try to make it as brief as possible and at the same time provide the information that is needed so that everybody is on the same page when it comes to the union's business. Because I think we have been trying hard to make sure that we move the ball forward, and we want to share that vision, share that achievement that we've had so far. And these achievements will not be possible without the support that each and every one of you has been given to the leadership of the organization. So thank you for all you do, and we look forward to you continuing to support so that we accomplish the mission of the organization. Dom, next. When I was informed I would do the State of the Union, I thought it would be appropriate to kind of address the key focal areas of the organization, which is culture, health, humanitarian activities that we do, education, which is one of the core areas that we are currently involved in, and administration. Administration in terms of what we are doing to make sure that the union is well positioned, is well structured, and robust enough to handle the bigger picture that we have for the organization going forward. So those are the key areas that I am going to try to say one thing or two to make sure we inform. Next. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. One of the key things that, call it the low-hanging fruit that we have as an organization, is the Fred Iran African Arts Day celebration that happens every year. And this is very important because we as an organization, we pride ourselves in culture, because that's the main thing that we have within the American cultural landscape, that we contribute in a distinct way. Nobody will do it the way we do it. Nobody, has it the way we have it. And I think when it comes to culture, that's the only thing that we can boast of our status within the non-profit organization activities here in the United States. So when we talk culture, it's something that we have to take very, very important. And one thing that we are blessed with, which is a platform that we can use to identify and amplify our presence in America, is the Fred Iran African Arts Day. This year was the 6th year that the activity has been going on, and it's thanks to the fact that the city of St. Cloud was very appreciative of one of us, a very, very key cultural icon that we had, and we could not even recognize him as such within our community until his passing away, former Fred Iran, who died, and the city of St. Cloud in Minnesota revealed all that he has done within that community in terms of culture, in terms of engagement, and decided to honor him with one day in the month of June, that's June 30th every year, to celebrate the Fred Iran African Arts Day in recognition of the contribution that Fred was able to make in St. Cloud, within the Minneapolis, Minnesota community, and arguably within the larger American society. So this year was a little bit distinct in the sense that for the first time we had the core representation of BFU-USA. When you talk from the board, there were 6 members of the board who were there. There were former presidents. I think you had about 4 presidents who were present, the current and the past 3 presidents, to honor this day. And it was so proud to be there, to see that the whole city was out, in celebrating what Fred was to that community. And I think as an organization, we can only support to make sure that we take that recognition to the next level, because it's something that is there for us to stand up And I will invite everyone who is able to plan and attend the event next year, and let's keep doing it. BFU normally every year sponsors, is a part sponsor of that organization, and we will continue to do that so that those who show up at least are taken care of in recognition of that day. So I think we should be proud about that. And the other thing that we did on culture is the fact that the administration equally was supporting a lot of cultural initiatives that are taking place within our community. I'm thinking here of BFU Georgia. They launched the Ngai project, which is envisaged to be like a cultural center for BFU within the Atlanta Metro. And we did go there, and the union supported them within the first fundraising that they had towards that project. And we're looking forward to making sure that they execute on it and to stay supportive of that initiative, because we believe that in the US, see what is going on. We are here, we keep patronizing a lot of places, you know, spending tons of money. You know, if we have some a location that is ours that we can always patronize, you know, as BFU and as other community activities that we have, that is a great thing, a great idea to do, and we can make greater use of our presence and numbers within the community. Equally, this year we also supported the Samba group. Samba has become one of the most respectful cultural organization that we have within the Bui community here, the Tsok community here in the United States. So we think those are the type of groups that we should support, because they realize that together we can be more recognized within the US here. And I think if we have each specialized group coming up and making sure that that we promote the culture, that is something worthy of support. Then the screens are so far away, right? I can't even see. I can't even see properly. So in terms of the cultural promotion, we equally talking about, you know, the chapter growth and all of those. So Dom, give me the next slide. Let's keep moving quickly. On health is one of the core areas that we have, and this year there's a novelty that is coming into the context of what we are doing. And let me not say much. We have some of our most renowned, you know, successful professionals in the domain of health that are going to take on health topics, which is led. The department is headed. We had a change of leadership when I took over, and that department is led by Dr. Carolina Asora Shemlon, who is trying to, you know, build, prepare, and a new vision that hopefully should give us the very strategic platform or vision that we will be working on as an organization. So I will allow the health team, when they come in, to kind of start sharing this. There is, before I say too much and say something that I get kicked behind, we will submit some of the proposals that we have to the board of directors for review, and make the final changes will then be communicated so that we can have much more informed conversation. So I don't want to say things here that may get kicked out, right? So let's hold on till that moment comes. And then for the time being, Don, can you give me the next slide? And the humanitarian services that BFU provides. This year we had a few of them that BFU supported, and when we talk of humanitarian assistance, is when a disaster strikes, things that we don't plan for, and BFU intervenes to make sure that we provide the relief that we can with the means that we have. And one of the most striking one this year was the Mbokam Palace disaster that happened when the tornado, you know, blow off the roof of the palace and the residential areas of the Quinto, or the wives of the chief, and BFU promptly intervened and provided assistance that was used in re-roofing the palace of Mbokam. fun, and the community out there in Bockham was very appreciative of that assistance, and we were proud that we were able to intervene and help. Some of these things I will just be highlighting them. Let me just make it very clear. There is the magazine, the Likibome magazine, BFU magazine, that is available. I think each and every one of you should grab a copy. I know we are more than, the copies cannot go all around, but they kind of captures everything that BFU is doing, from past up till now, and I think that's a better state of the union than what I can provide here today. So you get it, you can always flip through it and see exactly where your dollars are going, where we're making progress, and then you can see how you can support in taking your own piece and ownership of what the organization is out to achieve. The second thing that we did was the prisoners. I call them the political prisoners in Kondingi prison in Yaoundé. Those are our fellow brothers and sisters that, because of the crisis that we have, for one reason or the other, were taken to prison in Yaoundé, and they're there, some of them 6 years now. There's no statement, nothing there, they're just languishing and no one to help. So BFU has been providing assistance. The last one was, I think, early this year, in March, that we provided the assistance to buy some medication and food with toiletries, and through the collaboration with SODA, they distributed those gifts to the prisoners, and they were very, very appreciative. They sent some videos, they even played songs in praise of what we are doing, but because of their safety concerns, we decided to keep such recordings out from the public, because that may create more trouble to them than we can anticipate. So we wish we could have shared that information with you guys, but just know that it's very touching when you see our fellow brothers and sisters in the situation that many of them found themselves. And I was very happy too, in terms of the spirit that they have. As hard as it is where they are, they still have this hope and joy when they see that we can sit here and think about them and even provide assistance. So I think we should be proud that we are able to reach out and help with people who are so desperate. One of the things that we did this year was, there was about some 50 women from Boy Division. The selection was actually made from all of the 6 subdivisions of Boy Division. We worked with Kudok. I don't want to forgotten the full name of Kudok, but it's Kumo something. They are an NGO that we collaborated with to make sure that we can help those women, because they fled the war from Boy, and in Bamenda they had nothing to do. They had no farms, and they needed to, to kind of provide some sustenance to the family. So we partnered with Kudok, and they did a very good, elaborate job. They made the assessment, presented all the data to us. We reviewed it and decided to fund the gardening initiative in Bamenda, where we provided the money for them to buy seeds, buy some of these tools, rudimentary tools that they need to make gardening, the hose and the water cans and everything else. And the pictures, like I say, and the results, the impact that was created is in the magazine, well laid out when they started the farming and all of that. One of the issues we have working at home is when you asking them, this is the information that we need in terms of the impact that we've been creating from the assistance that we give, is a lot of education, because you have to keep explaining, this is what you do to monitor progress, this is what you do to assess if it's successful and stuff like that. One of the things that we did was ask them, when they're working, let them start pulling those resources together, get into kind of a saving scheme, Jangi scheme. You do it, you save money, and you circle it around, so that after a year you can see how far the families were helped and what was the impact of that, to see the financial impact that was able to be created. So, but the good thing which we are happy with is that these women did report progress with the farms. They gave us pictures, gave us the videos of how the farms were going, and you can see the details of that in the magazine. The last thing that I would like to talk of is the Nkatson Community Water Project. This is a project that is championed by the Minnesota chapter, where they are providing pipe-borne water to a community, one of the communities in Bowie Division, and BFU has been supporting some of these over the years. So that is, the national leadership is looking forward to provide more assistance to the Minnesota chapter to make sure they can realize that project, or at least reasonably take it to a very significant, and I'm talking with the chapter president about what needs to be done next, and hopefully we should be able to round that very quickly. Done, next. Education. This is something that I really want to touch more on, because it's something that is dear to me. One of the things that we came to office trying to do was to make sure that we create sustainable impact instead of looking at assistance in terms of scholarship to kids back home in Cameroon and here. We wanted to do something that is long-term, something that can have a meaningful impact on the community. So the Pathways program was the kind of the education policy that BFU is currently following up. This is something that has been adopted by the board, and that's what we'll be following going forward. We call it Pathways because there is 6 different paths that we think BFU can be helping to make sure kids, that we support education. And the first one that we did this year, which was very significant, is the scholarship that we are offering to vulnerable kids in elementary school in Bowie Division. And this year we've already funded, we want to do this for 6 years for the first round, and then we can take a look at how we have gone so far. If it's successful or we need improvement, we will improve and try to make it further and wider. Why not? So this year we started the program thanks to our collaboration with Nissan Solution. Nissan Solutions is one of the lone international organization that was in Bowie Division during the war, and they're still there, and tried the most they can to provide education to kids when there were no schools. And they were organizing all of these classes in little corners within all the villages in Bowie Division. So they have a lot of data. We started trying to get information of where are the schools, how many kids, and things like that. And they were there with all the information that we needed, and we thought they have the resources, they have the platform, so why should we go recreating what is already existing? And so when we had that understanding with them, we signed the memorandum of understanding to carry on the projects together. So Nissan Solution is helping us on the ground. And one of the things that was very touchy to me is the founder and the chief executive of Nissan Solution. She was supposed to be here, and that is Dr. Wami Beatrice. Unfortunately, because of changes in her program and the fact that the fund of Oku just showed up, we didn't know about that. She said, Ray, there's no way I can be here, but I'm still out here with you guys, and you'll be hearing more about their own support to us when we get here in the evening. So we're working with Nissan Solutions to implement this project, and Nissan Solution is providing us with a lot of advantages. First of all, for the first time now, Nissan Solutions said, we are not just going to help you, we want to build your capacity in the ground so that even if we are not there, BFU should be able to still be doing all of these things. And they kind of said, where are the folks you'll be working with? We now hired we call it the divisional coordinator, who is working with Nissan Solution, and we have 4 sub-divisional coordinators that are helping her to make sure that we execute this project. So Nissan did that and provided them a lot of training, introduced them to all their stakeholders in Bowie Division. It took them to all the divisional inspector of education and the head teachers or the school management boards within the entire division, and they wrote very beautiful letters on our behalf, making sure that when our folks show up, they are provided the necessary information and assistance, because there were some schools that they went down like, who are you? BFU? What is BFU? and they had to turn back. So with the assistance of Nissan Solution, all of this information was provided, and they were able to make a lot of progress. So secondly, Nissan Solution equally said, here is the office for BFU. If you want to use it, here are the keys. So we have, as you will see in the magazine, a BFU office space in the Nissan Solutions office in Kumbu, where if you are there, you can, the divisional coordinator has the space to use, the printers are there, the papers are there. They are not asking for any rent to BFU-USA. So I think those are some of the good faith assistance that the organization is providing to BFU and making us much more professional looking, much more visible within the community. And I think with such partnership, we will be able to, we look forward that when we complete the project and we are having the data that is necessary to make things more faster, we will be using Nissan as a reference, because that's an organization that's operating in over 6 countries in Africa. They're executing projects in hundreds of millions, and these projects are sponsored by the United States government. So you don't get a better person whom you can partner with and work with pride than an organization like Nissan Solution. So these are some of the things that I just want to highlight so we know who we are dealing with. And in terms of reporting, it is very critical, and let me share this with everybody here. As an organization, when we take money and we're sending out of the United States, we are supposed to run a check on the person we are sending money to. Why? Because of government compliance reporting needs. One of the reasons is you do not want to be sending money to someone who may be in the bad books of the United States government. You hear about terrorism, right, and terrorism financing and stuff like that. So when now we are dealing with Nissan Solution, what we will need to do is take the money, transfer those scholarship funds to Nissan Solution here. They are the ones to handle it because they have their reporting requirements with the government, and BFU will not need to go to the IRS website, run a check on that person to see if he's eligible or not to be receiving money. And that is, I think, a big plus to us, because sending those money is much more than the $1,000 or $500 that we previously were sending, assisting people back home in Cameroon. So that is something that I feel is an additional credit that BFU gets from dealing with an organization that's well vetted, an organization that is scrutinized and has very strict compliance reporting with the federal government. So that is what we're doing with Pathway Scholarships. And this year, we already paid the school fees of 510 students that went to school this year without a worry of being sent away. The forms, as you will see in the magazine, are there, where how the money is dispersed, and some of the forms that are signed in the respective schools by the parents who acknowledge receipt of those assistance, the school administration who accept that the kids have paid their fees and stuff like that. So we are following up a very, very compliant way to make sure that the funds are not abused and that things that are being done are done in a very legitimate and objective way. One of the reasons that we made necessary for me to say this, we employed subdivisional coordinators, the fact that we are living in a very risky environment. The divisional coordinator has been kidnapped twice by the boys. And it was because she left Kumu and is traveling to Jakiri. And do you know who was very instrumental in helping her get released? Even though she lost her phone along the way because the phone was seized and never returned, it was the sub-divisional coordinator for Jakiri, because he is very used to, he's a member of the community, he knows some of the folks that are involved in some of these activities, and like, you cannot do this. This is someone who is just here basically trying to help your kids, get education. You can. After a while, about 3 hours, she was released. The same thing happened to the divisional coordinator when she was going to Oko. They got her, put her there for 4 hours, and it was thanks to the sub-divisional coordinator for Oku, because she is a person of the environment. She's not a stranger to those people. He was able to intervene and call another person who then, made those calls, and the lady was. So that is some of the risk that these people are taking out there, trying to help us create impact in the community that we're trying to help. So I think if you will see in the pictures there, she was hesitant to have a picture printed, but she accepted that we can do that. If you look at the magazine, you will see the picture of the lady that we're talking about. And she's been working on for over 6 years. And in some of the programs that we're running, which is the skills, youth and leadership training that we're providing, where we have about 926 kids who are trained in life survival skills. She is a woman that is doing all of this. She has a lot of experience. She's been working with the American Peace Corps in Kumbu for years, so there's a lot there that she has to offer. So I think that is, I will leave that one for them. We're still running the embroidery program, and she is helping report on that. And then we have the carpentry program that's running. She is also overseeing that project that one is taking place in Jakuri. And she has about, there are 20 of those apprentices that are going to be graduating very soon, which BFU has been sponsoring for the last 3 years. So she's helped us improve the reporting of that program, and it's something very important that I share this information so that we know exactly what we are doing, and I still refer you back to the magazine. Dom, can you give me the next slide, please? That one basically just shows it's about data. I can't even see it from here. It's too far away from me. I would have given more insight on that. I don't know if anybody can make sense out of it. It's just showing the number of persons, girls and boys that we are trained, and the names of the coordinators, the subdivisional coordinators that we have that are running our programs in Bui, and then the coordinator herself. So, and listing all of the 6 subdivisional offices that we have in Bui division. So I think we'll just keep that. Dom, next. That is just kind of a picture of some of the training sessions that the woman is running in Bui. There you see is a classroom that runs those life-saving skills. And in this session that he had I will call it, this model family is made up of the Mbororos, made up of the Muslims, is made up of the Christians, just to kind of like demonstrate the mosaic nature of the composition of our population back home. And the idea there was teaching tolerance, teaching how to cope with differences. If someone is different from you, do you just like said, we okay if no, he doesn't know anything, how to have those relationships and life survival skills, to make us live very peacefully and in a very, peaceful manner. Done, next. The other pathway programs here, I just want to show you here for, for recognition, is the pathway, we call it pathway E, which is the assistance to Boy students here in the United States. And this year we had 3 laureates. And one of the things that I want to really emphasize is the fact that, please, when we send out these things, encourage your kids to participate. It's nothing complicated. And this year, each of those students, they had $500 each for writing an essay. It wasn't a page about agriculture, about what they know about BFU. If you came for the convention, what did you like most? Why? Tell us your story of the convention. Tell us what you know about the culture of Bui Division. And they all participated. They wrote very beautifully, and you have it, the detail of the reporting right there in the magazine. You can take your time to read it and see how you can guide your own kids to participate in this thing. And I think it's something that is easy for us to do. $500 to a kid or a child who is in school, that is money that they will really appreciate, even if it means nothing to you as a parent. I think they will really like it, and I just want to implore all of us to really help our kids get involved, get engaged. And we'll be talking more about youth engagement, right? Which is the talent and leadership development program. So this year we had Barry Kidzo. He was one of the winners who got that assistance. Don, next slide. And Barry, by the way, is from the New Jersey chapter. And we got Barry Lantum, who was one of the winners. She is from the New England chapter. Next, down. And then we have Fanka Ashley, who is from the New Jersey chapter. So this year, they all received $500 each for their participation in the Path E Pathways. Next, down. Okay, that is the BFU divisional coordinator, Sheila King, whom I was referring to. That's the lady that is helping us execute all of these projects in the Bui division, and she's doing a very, very wonderful job. The next picture to the side is just a visual of the office that I was referring to that is provided by Nissan Solution. That is how beautiful it looks, and I think it's a pride for everyone to see that and say, that is where BFU operates, and that is where you can have information, everything being equal, that offices are functioning normally back home in Bui division. Next. Okay, one of the things that I just want to highlight is the fact that the administration has been working hard, and like I said, thanks to your support, thanks to everyone who has been involved in making sure that BFU continues to grow and grow bigger and better, right? And that is being done by building the brand that is BFU. That is one of the reasons that you see we start conventions. We normally were selling our tickets in July. We start our convention now, and all of, you know, the tickets are sold in April. Why are they doing that? I think it's because we are seeing the value that BFU is providing. It's a pride. It's the only place that you go there and you feel home. You feel, I was talking to a conversation, I think, if I may have to be very specific, with Shu Fahing guy, and he was like, Ray, one of the best things that I feel is the fact that I have made sure that my family attends convention every year. And because it builds that sense of belonging to our kids. They are here in the US, they are American for all, you know, intent and purposes. But there is something identifying about the buoyness in BFU activity, and I think this is a value. You see some people, if I may diverge here a little bit, that say, oh, BFU, they do what? We don't even know what they do. And I think if you look at that intangible value that is BFU, it's worthy to keep it going. And I think if we can keep on promoting that brand, it's something that we will all be proud of. And we are doing that, trying to do that, and keep that flame going through the talent and leadership team that we'll be talking more about during this convention. We already heard what they've been doing in the morning. So let us just keep on going through it. And we have our convention now being advertised right from back home in Cameroon, you know, not even here in the United States. I think it's going all over. You can minimize the reach of those people independently, sitting there and just creating a ton of information, a ton of info about BFU. And sometimes we look at them and say, this is a great job. We didn't ask you to do it. You are there. We know you are struggling. Hey, have this, you know, we know you spent so much trying to produce this video. And I think we have all of those channels talking on for us, about us, and providing information that is very relevant. All we can do is work with them to make sure that what they're doing is something that we stand by, that they can't just go and misuse our name and, you know, and things like that. So we are working towards that to make sure that if they have that interest in promoting our village, we can at least provide the content to them. And by talking so much, we will get better and better known, and our events will be much more recognized with greater impact. Next. Again, I don't think this table means a lot now because I can't even see what is there. My side is so crazy, right? It's just this is just going to show what the brand is that we are building is bringing, right? And for the first time, this is the year that you can lay claim to the membership count of BFU-USA. And that is the number that we have right there at the bottom. Anybody who can read it for me? 900 and, is that? I can't even read it. Don, what's the number? 624. That's the magic number. Put a pin on that. Next year, we're going to see if that number goes up or goes down, right? And therefore, you can have someone accountable for the job they're doing. So that is the membership of BFU-USA. As we stand, I'm talking about dues, annual dues paying members. That you can say, I paid my annual dues this year. And I think the beauty about it is, I want to give a shout out to, first, we had 2 chapters that were proclaimed this year. And the first one was BFU Ohio. Are you here in the house? Yes. This is a young chapter that just got up, and before they could walk, they started sprinting. And I was there for the launch, and I was marveled at what they were able to do. And really, my heart goes out to you. I am with you as long as I'm here, and keep on doing the great job that you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is one of those events that you go and you could see the reach of a chapter to the community. Every Cameroonian community, even beyond, we are in that hall. And it was 1 a.m. Nobody was leaving their chairs. They were just sitting there. And I'm like, how do you do it? So it tells the reach and the involvement, the engagement that they have in that community, right? And I have one proud chapter too. I didn't tell that. I didn't say that yet. Yes. The second chapter that was proclaimed this year is the Carolinas chapter, headed. And you can see the voice and the noise in the house. Congratulations to you. You know, to some of you, it is long overdue. To some of us, it's a great achievement. And why am I saying this? This is a location with 2 former presidents, right? And the fact that they have worked hard to make sure that the child is well nurtured and was not born prematurely is something we give credit to our former president, Shea Mansa, who is there right there on the table, and the most recent past president, Shane Tassin, who is coming in as the board chairman for this year. I'm looking forward to working with him. Great people. By the way, see that man right on the corner? He's just stepping up. That is our Chief Technology Officer, Dominic Fabi. I talked to him, and he's such a great guy. He's a Chief Technology Officer, and every time it's like, Mr. President, just tell me what you want to get done. I'm like, no, I don't want to distract you from what you're doing now. No, just tell me what you want to get done. And he's been delivering every step of the way. Don, thanks for what you do. He is, by the way, the president of the Carolinas chapter, while doubling in as. Thank you so much, Dom, and keep up the great work. Keep up the great work. Yes, we will go mountains with you, man. Those are the chapters that we are proclaimed this year to have, twins, right? Virtually twins in a single year. And there is still a lot of rumbling around, right? A lot of rumblings, and we may have more coming very soon, but I don't know yet. There is about 3 other communities that have been talking, and some of them near where we want them to be, and others are just like very, very, very excited. And for the first time, one of these communities, if I may just mention that one because it's real, right? When you see the number 624, they are a factor in that number. Is existed for long, and many of you here are very witnesses to that community. That is Baden, New Mexico. Is Baden, New Mexico in the house? Thank you very much. Thank you much. Mr. President, can you stand up? That is Jules Resima. He's been leading that community for a very long time, and every time he keeps questioning himself. Am I ripe enough to go to BFU? Am I ripe enough to go to BFU? And some of you have been like, Jules, you've been taking too long. What are you waiting for, right? And he is here. Jules has come here with a huge delegation from New Mexico and is very eager to comply with everything that we need to make sure that they are also called the New Mexico chapter. So thank you, Jules. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the work you've been doing. I like the engagement. Keep calling, even if it's midnight. I can take that call, okay? So don't feel bad calling that name. So that is it about that slide there. Next. That's a big one too. The Family Assistance Program. We call it FFP. It's many of you, or some of you who have always been asking, what is it that BFU can do for me? That is a value proposition that BFU can do for you, and that's a big time value for you as a community. I think all of us should be proud that we are having something like that and we're building it for ourselves. It's about us, by us, and we'll make it work, you know, for everyone. We are not doing it because we cannot help individually support ourselves. We are doing it because we are a family, we are a community, and we are as strong as the weakest link that we have. So the Family Assistance Program is just basically saying that if you are an active registered member of BFU-USA, you can participate in that program. And when you participate, God forbid, if there is an incident where the Lord is asking any registered participating member, we as an organization can say, BFU is writing a check of, for example, right now is $10,000 if a death occurs for a fallen member of our organization. BFU will write that check saying that we as an organization, we stand with you. We will not solve all the problems that you have, but at least here we stand to support you and stand with you. So that is why we have the Family Assistance Program. And when we launched it, it is still just half a year, right? We have 944 enrollees into that program. Thanks to the fact that we have our kids, our grandparents, and everybody else in our family who can be able to benefit from that assistance. So it's a great thing, and I want to thank everyone for seeing the value in it, and thank everyone for participating. You know, we are doing it because we are a community, we are a family, and not just because we cannot take care of ourselves. So this is a huge thing, and I think I want to thank Uncle Tobias Kidra and Lawir, in addition to all of the chapter coordinators of the Family Assistance Program and the chapter president for helping send those coordinators and supervising them to make sure their work is done, for this brilliant job that they are doing. They are handling it the most professional way that you can have. And Uncle Toby, if we may recognize you for the great job that you're doing, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all you do. And keep the great work with your team, because it's through sacrifices that you do that we make a difference in our community and in BFU-USA. Next down. Yeah, again, I can read that, right? So I was just talking there about sustainer membership and the finance. This is about the administration of BFU. And basically, there I cannot even see it. It's just showing you the tallies in our bank account and everything else. If you can just roll to the next slide, hopefully I can read that number and see the comparison. Yeah, again, it's a problem, right? What I was just trying to show there is where we've been driving BFU to. And to thank, again, all of you for supporting the cause and the vision that the current leadership is putting on the table. Those are the financials. We tried to make it for the last 3 years and then the current year. And as you will see, this year, BFU was able to change their tax reporting form because we have started hitting certain numbers within the tax filing that we wanted more information about what we do, just to show you the progress that we are making in terms of funding and the activity level in our organization, and that gives us enough room to start doing bigger things. And like I said, I will want that every chapter that has a very viable project and they can demonstrate the fact that they are able to attempt completing that project can say, hey, This is what we are doing for this community because we come from various villages. What is happening in your village, I may not know. What is happening in my village, I may not know. But it will take me and you to present those things on the table so that we can have enough opportunities of impacting those communities back home. And when you demonstrate that, we can have a meaningful conversation to make sure that we can, have enough value for every dollar that we are spending out there. So what I was just showing there is you have, for the current year, if you look at all of the numbers, unfortunately all of you will not be able to see it, you will see the progress in what the amounts that we've been raising every year. And so far, this year, this is June, the last amount that we have for the entire year last year was I'm talking about just money that is raised by National, was 167,000. As we are talking right now, we already have somewhere like, Drew, can you read that? 200 and what? 209,000 in terms of the revenue flows that's coming into BFU, in what we are doing. So before the year runs out, I don't know what the number is going to be, but it's just thanks to what you guys are doing. The Sustainer program has taken a different life of its own, thanks to the dedication of the members of the executive that have put a lot of effort talking to each. Those of you who have signed up, you can give testimony of what it takes, explaining, helping you to make sure that the experience is a great one for you and to make sure that you realize what you are doing. It's a piece of ownership that you are taking in BFU. And when you do it, like I told one of the last guys that signed before we came here, you feel that you are part of this. It's your organization. And you can, you're more confident talking about what you support. So I would like everyone, we're not asking everybody to give so much, but there is two, I don't know if they're here in the hall. One of the, is Verantasin here, is Laura Tambe here, is Desmond here? I think they're somewhere. I am talking about our young children who are barely having their first paycheck. Signing up and say, we like what we see, we can support this. Here is my $25 every month that I will contribute towards what BFU is doing. We think this is something great. And we do not mind if you come up and say, you can only give $10. We will be very appreciative because it's through those individual contributions that we are making that much of a difference. So much so that if we tell a kid that go to school, for the next 6 years, we'll make sure that you come out with a first school living certificate and be able to get a job. And we are sure that in the second year, we'll not tell you, we didn't get money to pay that fees that we promised we were going to pay. And that is the only way we can sustain it, by all of us participating and being sustainers. So find a value in what we do. Make sure you can come in at a level that is comfortable to you, and we will make this organization the best. Right now, everybody's sacrificing. I'm looking forward to a time that we'll be coming here and asking questions to a full-time staff of BFU-USA to be making all of these presentations so that we can have enough time to relax and have fun. So that is the performance that we are putting on the table, and we hope that by the time the year runs out, we can give you a very meaningful, detailed statement of what we've been able to do with the money that you contribute and the impact that we're trying to create out there in the community. Don, give me the next one. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Where's my phone? Oh, I left it over there. Can you give me my phone, please? My lovely wife is taking care of that. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Let me do one experiment here. Sometimes the experiment doesn't go well, right? But we keep trying. Okay, I'll dial that number, 2013036. What is that? But I dialed the right thing here, though. Sorry. Yeah, I was saying one thing and doing a different one.
Thank you for calling BFU-USA. Please be patient while we connect you to one of our representatives.
Hello?
All right. That's the way it's going to roll. Every time you call that number, that's the BFU-USA hotline. Don't call my cell phone anymore, right? No, I'm just kidding. But that's the number you call. Every time you need help from BFU, whatever the nature of the help that you need, call that number. It rings, a live person is going to talk to you and answer your question. If they give you an instant answer, they will refer you to the person that's going to give you, and that person is going to give you a call back. So that's where our technology is taking us to, and we believe that through this type of initiative, we will make BFU the more professional organization that all of us will be so proud of. And it's thanks to the brilliant, young, talented, visionary brains that we are bringing to the leadership of BFU and telling them, hey, we're not stopping you from what you're doing. Bring your ideas. We'll only ask questions to make the ideas better. We'll not stop you from being creative. So thank you very much. And we want to thank again the leadership of the technology team for making sure that these initiatives are done and done properly. So that is our number. You can store that on your phone, please. Copy it down, BFU-USA, and call the number anytime you need help, right? Thank you very much. Next slide, please, Dan. Okay. I think I've been talking for too long. I need to drink some water now. Okay, done, back. Some folks did not take that number for you. Yes, that is the number. Please keep it in your phone. Just save it. That is the BFU number. You think of anything, just call that number. And no, don't call my number. Call that one. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Let me explain. When you call the number, if the first person who's supposed to answer the call is not there, then it gets to the next person on the queue. And if that person is not picking up the number, it gets to the next person on the queue. And we don't want to keep you too long. If that third person will not pick it, it will ask you, prompt you to leave a message, and somebody's going to call you back. So I was getting the call back because those first two were not picking up the number. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like I said, the State of the Union is in the magazine. I think that's a better presentation than what I'm struggling to do here. If you get it, you take a look at it, and we can have more conversation going forward. And I hope you've been able to enjoy it. And thank you for everything you do. Make BFU proud, make yourself proud, and let's make BFU the biggest, most efficient, and the best brand in the world of nonprofits in the United States. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have a question for me. I've been talking too long. Maybe you don't want to hear my voice anymore. I'll go get my seat. But if you have a question, we'll be very willing to answer and provide more clarification. We have maybe 5 minutes, June. Thank you. You have something to say, but don't say too long. I'll give you the mic. All right. It's right here. It's we can make it available right at the, unfortunately, that's one thing that we need help, right? We're all struggling, trying our best amidst everything. And if you ask us for help and we say, please, understand, we will get back to you. Do appreciate. We equally have lives that are as busy as yours, but we are not complaining. We are just simply explaining that we may not be as quick, sometime in responding as you may want, or provide the information. So yes, so we need help. I need help. If there's anybody who can help us, make sure that the copy of this magazine is available in every hand. We will appreciate it. For a token, just to cover the cost of production.
It's just $10. It's a big book. And I think if you keep it, you will like it. Thank you for that question, Aggie. Question? Comment? Yes, sir.
Last year, they covered, number one, because the sign-ups were still being completed. So are you committing that for this year we are covered, number one? And then number two, when is the next open period that's opening for sign-up?
Very, very Becky. Just want to ask a difficult question, right? But it's a nice one. I like it. Thank you. Yes. That's one of the uniqueness of FAB is the fact that this is family to us. This is within us. And that's why we ask you to register through your chapter. It's through your chapter that we'll be dealing with you. Not, you coming to what we usually call BFU National Register of FAB. So to answer your first question, yes, anybody who has enrolled is effectively, a potential beneficiary, thank you, of FAB. So if anything happens and you've complied with everything in your chapter and you've enrolled in FAB, you are covered. The next enrollment is coming up in October, and we want to make sure that we get that finished before December ends, so that effective January 1st, anything that happens and you are enrolled, you are covered. Because the fact is that when you are there, we will not be asking you, if you realize the way we did the enrollment, we are not asking for any social security number of any person. All we ask for you is your name, your chapter, and your dependents. Because we believe that in the chapter we know each other. And that if the chapter president calls and says, hey, this my member has had an incident, except we have reason to suspect, we will deal with that information from the chapter. I saw my bestest sister there resting her hand. It could end up be you, right? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I really have to give a shout out and a round of applause to this administration for the compte rendu that we just saw. That is beyond impressive. So if this room doesn't mind indulging me in another round of applause to this administration, I would greatly appreciate it. It has taken a lot of work for them to pull this through, and I think we need to start always acknowledging union. So I wanted to take a moment to congratulate you, Mr. President, and your administration for an outstanding job. Secondly, I really also want to give a shout out to all the chapter presidents, because I think they have done an incredible job of supporting your administration in seeing your vision come through. I speak for FAP, I speak for sustaining memberships. My chapter, my very able and most proud chapter, California, Northern California, West Northern California in the house. I mean, our FAP coordinator, she beat the bushes relentlessly to make sure that people were registered. My chapter president, I mean, there was not a single week that went by that he didn't push for sustaining membership. So I think I raised the challenge now to every chapter. It has to become now an inter-chapter competition. Let's see how many people can bring in the sustaining members. California is throwing down the gauntlet. We are challenging everyone to meet us. What do you say, California? Do you agree with that challenge? Yeah, so now all the other chapters, you have to rise up to California's numbers and meet the numbers for sustaining membership. I'm always going to talk about sustaining membership. But congratulations, Mr. President. I just had to say that.
Thanks, Sister Gwen. I really appreciate your kind words. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Last question? Last comment? Oh, Uncle Charlie.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. There are two things I want to touch on. I just listened how you delivered an excellent speech about what we have done so far, and I admire it so much. Throughout the speech, I didn't hear any address in Lamso, or at least a portion of it. I know that we have intermarried. Are we not losing our culture if we do not even at least bring in our Lamso culture in part of our address that we bring out here, such that our children should learn and our in-laws should learn also our culture? I believe that we are losing that part of it, and I hope that we shall inculcate it into our future speeches. The second one, I saw in the program that there is a fundraising. Without identifying what we are raising the funds for. I believe that if we are coming in here from our homes and there's a fundraising, we should identify it so that we come with our pockets full, not just to come and tell us at the convention that there's a fundraising and then we start scrambling to bring out funds. I think that's something that we should look into. I'm not saying that it might not be there. I know you touched on the programs that your administration covered last year, but I think we should identify the main project for this year.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tony. I will start from the last one because I like money, right? Fortunately, you have your bank right here in your hand, so you are loaded all the time and available. So if I tell the story of the fundraiser this evening, you can make it happen with the phone, right? There is a story to it, and yes, sometimes we do not get very communicative. We did, for those people that are not our members, that we were inviting to come see what we do, we did spell out to them why we are doing the fundraising. And to your point, I acknowledge that is a very legitimate one. We could have communicated that to the rest of the union. I had it, it's okay. We could have communicated that to the rest of the union. You will have an opportunity to hear more about the specifics of the fundraiser, which will go to tie in with the pathway programs. You will hear and see a compelling story of why, and I believe that you will be moved into seeing what we're trying to do, what we're doing back home. And even if you didn't bring the checkbook here, we will still be able to hear your heart in expressing your support for the fundraiser. So I just want to let you know that yes, we will do better about that, next time, and make it known to everybody before we come here. At the same time, there is a story that we hope to share and that you will appreciate when we get to the fundraising this evening. So that's what I would say about that. On your first question, yes, it's always kind of, you don't know how to put the balance, right? We recognize the fact that we need to promote our languages, promote our language, which is so, and to make sure that even those who are not they are part of us, they are our members, because BFU is open to every member who shares in our mission. As long as you share in that mission, we welcome you, we welcome everybody. So there is nothing like just being more specific to so here. We recognize the fact that that's part of our culture and we need to promote it. We will do that. And one of the things that we are planning to do, we didn't mention this in the forum, is the fact that we will be preparing some Lamso classes to those of us who are here, because we will have kids. I call some of the young ones here. I was impressed with the fact that they even go online and looking for YouTube videos to teach themselves Lamso, and there's like always Uncle Ray. You call them and like and it's impressive. So what we are doing is we are currently working with some folks back home to bring a Lamto kind of classes on what BFU YouTube channel. We did mention that in the forum. And we're looking at using those resources to make sure that we make it in very short sound bites so that the young ones, particularly, who are very, very eager to learn, are exposed to that, and we can have those conversations here when we come for the convention. And thank you so much for raising that. It is part of the ideas and communication that we need to make sure that we can bring every idea on the table and make things work better for all of us. Thank you very much for your questions. Yes, sir. Emil?
So I actually had a question to follow up his question about promoting Ntso language in particular. BFU include Noni and Oku. So I think we shouldn't be really focusing just on Ntso, because I'm assuming we have members also from Oku and Noni. So we should have a plan that will be inclusive. Just a thought.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up on what they said. On a national level, it's good, but you have to start from the chapter level. What we do is that we have a whole forum and during our meetings and other times where we go there, we have a coordinator that teaches them. You know, even if it's one word per meeting day, trust me, they carry on. And in that forum, they try for them to respond in Lamso. If you don't know how to respond or express yourself, you go ask your parent, or in any language, Noni, any of them, because we have more than one coordinator. And so they'll go find a response and come. So you have to start at the chapter level, and the national just kind of seals it all.
Yeah, no, not a surprise that you're running one of the biggest chapters, right? All right. Thank you, Mabel. That's a good one. Yes, she makes a very big point there, and sometimes when you're trying to police yourself, you miss out information, and I really appreciate that approach to teaching of our languages to particularly our young ones. And you heard me speaking, right? When sometimes you want to make sure that you recognizing the fact that BFU is not just so, right? And that is something that I'm very cognizant of. We need to address it in the most appropriate way. And to add to what Mabel has just said, there is one beautiful short piece that the Dallas chapter is doing, and they call it Lamso in 15 minutes. Every meeting, towards the end of the monthly meeting, they will do Lamso, sit the kids, you know, have some of this structured, either as word sentences or names of things like that, you know, they kind of teach the kids and they respond to it, and that is part of, you know, that incubation that we're having to make sure that the kids actually are learning something, even if it's just words. I was even surprised that my own kid, that they did it and the next morning he could remember and say it. I was like, wow, I was blown away. And sometimes you don't minimize how spongy those brains are by just saying that if you say it, they will never understand it. They do hear it, they do understand it, and they do return it. And that's how language is built. So thank you for all the comments. And we will be looking forward to having this conversation to make sure that we can have a comprehensive approach towards the learning of our language, because that's an integral part of our culture. Yes. I think if we do not have any other questions and comments, it's been a beautiful. Oh. Okay. And please, I think it would be nice if you are talking to kind of say your name so we can.
Okay, my name is Yuven Lukong. I'm from the Minnesota chapter. Yeah, and it's very important that with some of the concerns that the members have raised, it's just important that we know that we are having a small problem in Minnesota relating to this. And I just thought that since we are discussing about that, it's it's very important to bring it up. And we know that when we are talking about BFU as being not only so, what led to this problem was from the assertion that Uku, probably they are having their own convention today. And Noni, they are having their own cultural group, their own cultural association as well. And when we say BFU is not only so, then it will be looking like the Nso people are hiding under the canopy of BFU to cover other tribes. And this then led to the problem where some individuals gathered in Minnesota and decided to say, okay, since that's the case, we are going to start a Nso group because BFU is not so anyways. And this led to talking with the national president back home, and he did talk with our president here standing. And I was thinking that it's very important that when a problem is coming up like this, we should better address it from within. Not some sort of allow it to create friction or division amongst us. So then my question will be, how do we address this? Because we are sitting here and talking about BFU not being so, but when we look at even the constitution of BFU, we will say the motto is we be we right. Now, there is no translation in Uku or Noni, and maybe that's what made most of the people, if not all of them, to leave. You look at the very mighty flyer that we have written and posted in the hotel there. You say, Bensima and Wikijung. Now, it's only Lamso. Sometimes that is the argument that some of those people had before they decided to say, okay, if that is the case, then it's just kind of a rubber stamp kind of a thing where then some people just want to consume them and say, we are in unity. And then they went and formed their own cultural organizations. But now BFU, even though 99%, is 100% so. So, are we still going to be saying that BFU is non-so? And that goes now into a question that was raised that we are not promoting our culture. And I'm also talking from the cultural part as a cultural representative from Minnesota. Because when we come together, it's about English. When I attended the Makuda, Meta Cultural and Development Association, they went there and I was so amazed. They were talking in their dialect. And children were listening. They were trying to teach children the name of household utensils. They will only talk in English when they want strangers to hear. But here, we are mostly talking in English. That Lamso is not being promoted. Where are we? And then the question is, now Uku has gone and formed their own cultural organization. When we attended the Uku convention, they were talking in their dialect. And then, BFU was represented, and they were only talking English because they wanted us, the Nso people, who were strangers, to hear. So what are we doing? If Uku has gone and formed their own, Noni has formed their own, where are the Nso people now in USA? Are we only BFU? Where are the Nso? That's why it led to them forming that group. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Yuven. I appreciate the question, the comment that you've made, and let us not forget the mission of the organization and the reason for its creation. And we are only, following what the four founders of the organization thought when they conceived the union, right? So what I'm saying is that yes, and I would like equally you to go examine the people who are speaking the language that you are representing, right? I'm not dismissing anything, because yes, when we started BFU was made up of Oku, the Nonis, and everybody else. You could go back to context and to figure out why it was created that way and why it was named that way. All of us that are here, I think it's just a few that can go back to the time when the organization was created. And if we come up now with we're questioning why the organization was created the way it was created, yeah, interesting conversation, right? But you cannot lose sight of what the mission and of the founding fathers and mothers of this organization was when it was created. Some of the arguments in terms of convenience, I will tell you that. But like I say, it's a good conversation to have. It's something that we had a discussion on. I'm talking here. The representative of Soda is here, by the way. Commissaire Funjem, can you come up to stand up for recognition? Yes, he is here from Cameroon, and we have been talking with them, and they are here in the United States partly to attend our convention and see how things are being done, just to show you that the administration is having that committed conversation with Soda itself. I will not go into the details of all of that, but the recognition was made. Like you said, there is a lot when there's collaboration. We are from the same place. We are doing the same thing. And I will go back, mission of the organization. And this is something that we will keep having the conversation to make sure that we understand why we are BFU and why our mission states the way it states, except you asking for questioning the mission of the organization. Then those questions come into play. And let me add this, that BFU, yes, is dominantly, so it's part of the problem we have in Cameroon, right? Yes, we have, I don't want to go into politics, but there is a kind of minority feeling among the majority. And that is what has created what you call the Ogda, the None people. And it's for that reason that the current administration reached out to those two people to make sure, hey, this is who we are, this is what we are. Can we be more collaborative, more inclusive of what we are supposed to do? So it's a conversation that is ongoing. And the reason for us having here, we were really, really excited when we learned that the founder of Oku was coming here, because BFU was really ready to receive him and recognize him in big style. But what happened? The visa of the fund popped out of nowhere, right? And by the time it popped out, we were having our convention scheduled. Oku people had their convention scheduled. That's why Madame Wami is not here. He was supposed to be here because of the work we are doing with Nissan Solution. And he called, Ray, unfortunately I cannot come because the phone is here and I have to be there with him. So it's not something that we are not aware of. It's a conversation that we need to be having going forward. And I think for purposes of time, we would like to hold that and have that conversation going. But the leadership is in communication and in following up to make sure that BFU lives in mission and spirit. And we will not stop at anything to make sure that that happens. So we should continue to doing the work that the organization was created to do. And I think we should be proud. And we'll make sure that every element of what we're trying to achieve in terms of our aspirations is achieved. So thank you very much. We will have a beautiful evening this evening. And thank you for all you do. And thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll take a 5-minute water break. There's water stations in the corners. Please get a cup of water. And I'm going to crave the indulgence of the people sitting on the tables over here. We're going to ask you to move because they'll shift the tables in the front a little bit. Just 5 minutes. We'll restart at 3:41, 3:40. One more thing before we go. One more important housekeeping, and I don't know why we need to say this. This hotel is 100% non-smoking. 100% non-smoking. Apparently, something happened when the fire thing went off. That's what was going on the first floor. Please, 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 let's remind each other, remind our guests, our kids, ourselves that this hotel is 100% non-smoking. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all so much. Without further ado, thank you, everybody. Please come back into the hall. 5 minutes is up. I will be calling on Antika. Antika is going to introduce the next segment. Please, I will beg and crave our indulgence to please, we're gonna start. Antika, I would ask that we please lend our ears and our hearts. Thank you.
All right, sure. Thank you, Joe. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I know they are still outside. Hello, everyone. If you're on the hallway, please come on inside. We don't want to be talking in an empty hall. Okay. I know. I think I'm going to walk outside, as a matter of fact. Hello, hello, hello. We want you inside. We want you inside. Hello, we want you inside, please. Hello, inside, please. Okay. All right, sure. Okay. We're just going to go ahead and for those who are inside, I thank you so much. I bet they are going to be strolling in quietly. Yes, they're coming in. All right. My name is Caroline Asoga Shemlon, and I'm the VP for Health Services. And before I proceed, I just want to let those who are here know that we actually have a room across this ballroom. So in case you're having a headache, an upset stomach, or if you had a cut or something, please just reach out to me and I'll just take you inside that room. It's just out there. But before you take any form of medication, you have to sign a little document to say that, you know what, this is on your own accord, because we don't want any, we don't want to be sued. Okay. All right. So I'm here to introduce one of ours, and actually the doctors, our medical doctors in the house. All right. And I'm going to start with Shufai Ngai, Dr. Chris Bimi, who will talk about off-label weight loss drugs in relation to diabetes. Just so you know, Shufai has a wealth of knowledge in the medical field. He's a professor of medicine. Let me give you a background about him. A professor of medicine, specializing in pulmonary and critical care medicine, with an NIH-funded laboratory in clinical translational sciences at the University of Arizona. He's the vice chair of the Department of Medicine at the University of Arizona, director of critical care at Barna Health. He has over 100 scholarly publications in top-tier journals. Just so you know, he was the president of the Association of, or he is president of the Association of Cameroonian Physicians in the Americas. He was, and this is an honor to say he was, a former national president of BFU-USA and former board member of BFU-USA, founding member of the Arizona chapter of BFU-USA. So ladies and gentlemen, men, it is my honor right now to welcome to the stage our one and only Shufai Ngai, Dr. Chris Bimi.
Thank you very much, Shewanto, Dr. Asoga Shemlon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor, and thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate you. I wanted to take a few minutes, just some slides, to talk about something that I've heard a lot about. It's very common nowadays for me to get a call from somebody asking if they should start taking one of these fancy medications that they see being advertised on TV by some very pretty people. And I'll mention some of the names so you can see what I'm talking about. It regards medications that were developed over the past 20 years of extensive research to treat type 2 diabetes. And what is type 2 diabetes? It's the type of diabetes where your body over time is not able to meet up with the demand for insulin. And I use those words very deliberately. It regards to something called insulin resistance. So you do make insulin, but the cells of the body do not respond well to insulin. And so we generally call that type 2 diabetes. That's different from type 1 diabetes, which is a case where your body doesn't make insulin at all. And so they're usually diagnosed young and they have to take insulin for the rest of their life. But for type 2, you make insulin, and over time, there is insulin resistance. The slides are kind of challenging to see, but as you can see, you know, if you eat, then your pancreas secretes insulin. And over time, as we age, the cells start resisting insulin, so they don't respond as well in terms of picking up the sugar from the blood into the cells, which is what should happen normally. Over time, as that sugar builds up, it starts getting stored in the liver. And so people who are insulin resistant build up a lot of fatty tissue in their liver, which is that sugar that's being transformed into fatty tissue. And so the cycle continues, and over time, you become more and more obese, and you have a lot of complications. And so these medications were designed for people who had type 2 diabetes with the intention of helping their bodies, A, create or secrete more insulin, and B, for their cells to be more sensitive to the insulin. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. All right. So the first group of medications that I'll talk about, and it's very important for us, all of us, even if you are just a lay person and not in the medical field, to be familiar with those abbreviations. The reason being that the commercial names that you see on TV are usually more expensive. And I'll talk about compounding pharmacies that can make similar medications. And so if you talk about them, it will be very important to use those abbreviations, as in GLP-1, which stands for glucagon-like peptide 1 agonist, GLP-1. And the next one I'll talk about too. And those ones are SGPL2s. And so be familiar with these abbreviations, because the compounding pharmacists are going to call it by those generic names. What does the GLP-1s, what do they do? So the GLP-1s mostly act in 3 organs, as you can see over there. The first one is going to be at the level of the pancreas. Then the next figure is a picture of the stomach. And then the next one is at the level of your brain. Mostly at the level of the pancreas, where they would lead your body to secrete more insulin and less of glucagon, which are 2 hormones that act in the opposite way. More importantly, at the level of your stomach, what they do is that they reduce the time that food goes out of your stomach. And then at the level of the brain, it gives you a sensation that you're very full. So you combine those 3 effects, and what happens is that A, you have more insulin, so your sugar in the blood goes down, and then B, you feel full, and so you tend to eat less. So that was actually what led to the use of these medications for weight loss, because they were treating patients who had type 2 diabetes, and the side effect was what? If food is not going down, you feel very nauseous, you feel very full, and therefore you don't want to eat anymore. And so those people lost a lot of weight. And therefore the FDA, for some, not all yet, approved some of these medications for weight loss. Next slide. I apologize, it's very, very far. But you see familiar names on there. I don't think you can zoom it. But you hear things like Jardiance, Mounjaro, Ozempic. Those are in this category. I think we could maybe get these slides available so people know, because it's important to know what is in what category of medications, okay? Some of them are 1st generation, some of them are 2nd generation. Okay. I go back to the other slide. Let me go this way. Guys, just so that you can see, it's kind of far. But the GLP-1s are mostly given through an injection. There's one of them that can be taken as a pill, and they last a long time, an average of 3-4 hours of half-life. For some of them, Ozempic is up to 7 days. So a couple of things to remember. All these medications are cleared by your kidney. So if you are going to start these medications, make sure that your kidneys are checked and they're working fine, because if they are not, then a dose adjustment has to be made, or maybe you wouldn't be placed on them. So just something to think about. And why is that important? There are many off-label or compounding pharmacies that are not the commercial classic pharmaceutical companies that can now make these medications. Why? Because they are off the trademark. And therefore, you could get them for cheap. And someone could prescribe them through a website. If you give them wrong information, they do not know that you have kidney problems, they could give it to you. And therefore, you could develop side effects. So just something to think about. The other thing about compounding pharmacies, because they're online, it's not illegal, it's totally fine. They'll have somebody who's licensed, they have an MPI number, they prescribe it for you. Just remember that over time, we do not know some of the long-term side effects of these GLP-1 inhibitors. We know what they do at the level of the pancreas, we know what they do at the level of the stomach, we know what they do in the brain, some of it, but we do not know all the other effects. The reason is because these receptors, they existed for a reason. And so there are maybe other effects that we may be blocking and not know about. So that's that for this. And again, you can see that drugs that you've heard about, like Ozempic, Victoza, Trulicity, and Mounjaro. So they belong to this class of GLP-1 inhibitors. Next slide. The next group of medications that you hear about is sodium glucose cotransporter 2, SGPL2 antagonists or inhibitors. And basically what happens with this is that usually the kidneys filter everything from your blood into the first part of the tubules that drain the filtrate. And that contains a lot of what you find in blood, including a lot of glucose, a lot of sodium. But then in the process of moving through the kidney, most of that is reabsorbed back into the bloodstream. And there are spatial receptors at different parts for each one of them. And so this co-transporter is responsible for reabsorbing both sodium and glucose back into the bloodstream. In patients who have type 2 diabetes and also have renal failure, these medications were proven to be very good at preventing long-term complications, helping to control their diabetes and also their hypertension. And they do that by blocking the reabsorption of sodium and glucose back into the blood, right? So if you filter it into a container and you had to reabsorb most of it back, but if you block that reabsorption, then less of it goes back into the bloodstream. So that's how it works. And so these medications were also found coincidentally to make you lose weight. But in this case, you lose weight because you're losing so much glucose. The glucose is lost in your urine. So one of the major side effects for these ones would be that you are more susceptible to having urinary tract infections, just because your urine has so much sugar, and bacteria, it thrives on sugar. Next slide. So again, they act on many organs. At the level of the kidney, you have, the diuretic effect. You have a lot of glucose in the urine. And then we don't know exactly how, but it improves the contractility of the ventricles and the relaxation. At the level of the blood vessels, it reduces the stiffness, which is a good thing. You want your blood vessels to be relaxed. And finally, at the level of the mitochondria, you have improvement in the final step of energy utilization. Next slide. So these are the trade names that you would see. Again, on the left side are the original chemical names. On the right side, you see familiar names like Jardiance, Farxiga, things that you've probably heard on TV. So it's very important to know these two groups. So on the one hand, you have the SGLT2 inhibitors, and then on the other hand, you have GLP-1 agonists. And so these medications, they're very helpful. It's helped a lot of people not have to do bariatric surgery, which was more invasive. And so now you could achieve a lot of weight loss by using these medications. Now, in terms of some practical issues, if you have type 2 diabetes, meaning that your hemoglobin A1C or your blood sugar daily is very high, then you qualify for these medications and your insurance will pay for it. If you do not qualify by having diabetes, then you may have to pay out of pocket, which can be very expensive. So just something to think about. So most people resort to paying for it through these compounding pharmacies, and that's what I want to emphasize. It's totally fine, but just do your homework. If you're not sure, ask somebody who knows something about it. Talk to your primary doctor and do your homework, because not all compounding pharmacies are created equal, and they are not very well regulated. So you may get, something that's contaminated. There's a term called good manufacturing practice, which is the quality of the manufacturing process such that there's no contamination in terms of the medication that you would take. Some of these compounding pharmacies do not go through the same regulation that the commercial production companies or established pharmaceutical companies go through. I'll stop there and take any questions.
The key to your presentation was to bring awareness to these, let's just call it medications that people are now using, taking advantage of the fact that even though they were originally intended for different kinds of treatment, they're using it to lose weight. Let's be clear about it. So if you were to suggest, if you were to recommend, or if you were to actually advise anybody who wants to use it for that purpose, what would be your best approach?
So the question is, if I were to advise someone who wanted to use these medications, what would my approach? The first thing would be, I'm not against them, I'm totally for them because they work, the evidence is there. If you have the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes, it's easy because you can talk to your doctor and have an agreement. If you don't and you still want to benefit, it'll be important to at least have a conversation with your primary doctor. I understand not everybody has one. It's very challenging to have a primary care doctor nowadays. You can also connect with some of these third-party vendors. There are many of them. And they usually have some cursory consultation where you just give a report about who you are, your weight, give some numbers. And some of them are able to, depending on the state, in Arizona, they can actually send a request for labs. An individual in Arizona can actually request their lab from Sonora Quest order and then take them to your doctor. So some states allow that. And with that, you could actually have an informed decision. You could also talk to friends. There are many doctors here. Just talk to them and listen. And be honest, because we can garbage in, garbage out, right? If you tell me the wrong information, I can't come to the right conclusion. But it's something that is happening. We can't turn the clock. People are using them. Some of the compounding pharmacies, they mix those products, right? It's not just 100% semaglutide. They mix it with other things just to come up, so you don't even know exactly what you're taking. But, it is here.
Given the scenario you presented, let's say you wanted to advise somebody who's already taking a medication, regardless of how they got to be taking it. What should they be looking for? What should they be watching out for from a personal level, without the deep, medical, of course, clinical information? What should they be looking out for?
That's a tough question because it's unique to everybody. So the first thing is that regardless of how you lose weight, if you had, a lap band or the old school Roux-en-Y, however, bariatric surgery, or you use these medications, if you have a drastic weight loss, then what happens is that if you do not build muscle, you look very frail. So just as a general rule, if you're losing weight, you have to do strength training to build muscle. That's just general. There will be side effects like I discussed, the ones that we know and perhaps ones that we don't know, because these receptors evolutionary were designed to do things that we may not know. So we have to be humble enough that maybe 10 years from now we'll find out there are things that we didn't know. I don't know. I don't have all the answers to that. The other thing I would say is if you are on that journey and you get to a good weight, then you should probably start thinking about normal ways of staying at that weight and not have to rely on the medications for a very long time. I don't know if that's... Any other thoughts, questions?
So from my experience, I have most of my patients that are diabetics. They take this, they qualify and insurance covers. So my question is, do you have an idea of how it might cost for somebody who is not diabetic and who will probably need to pay out of pocket?
It's very expensive. If you buy the trademark names, you could easily be spending $2,000 a month. But if you go through the compounding pharmacies, then you could cut it down to about maybe $600, $700, about that a month. So it's not cheap. But the alternative is if you're quite obese, you also risk, a lot of complications as you get older. So it's just something to think about. One of the motivations for me to talk about this was to really highlight the idea of good manufacturing process, because as people get desperate, they're going to start getting these things from very, very, very shady sources. And so it's just something to think about, where you're getting it. I mean, there are companies, not to stereotype any countries, but in some parts of the world where they can really skirt the rules in terms of regulations. So it's just something to be aware of. All right?
just wanted to chime in and give a comment on your question. One of the new agents called Zepbound is covered for weight loss and is FDA approved. Although the other ones, you have to be diabetic. But Zepbound is the only one that's FDA approved for weight loss.
Wow, thank you, Doc. Wonderful presentation. I was looking at the list of medication and I did not see Ozempic. It's on there, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Got it, okay. So I've noticed that these medications are really prescribed for people who have type 2 diabetes. Somehow, people who do not have diabetes are using Ozempic for weight loss. Does that have an effect on their sugar? Thank you.
Absolutely, it does, right? Because you'll be hypoglycemic if you do not normally run a high blood sugar. Well, that just means you're going to have to get sugar somehow, and be aware that you can be hypoglycemic if you're using it. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Shufai, thank you so much. Thank you. And please give them a hand of applause again. I told you he had a wealth of information, and please, if you do have any questions, they can always reach out to you, right, Shufai? Thank you so much. Okay. Going forward, our next presenter, just give me 1 second. Our next presenter is going to be Dr. Pascal Kinga. Just so you know, Dr. Pascal Kinga is an associate professor at the University of Texas McGovern Medical School, Houston. He is the former health chair of BFU-USA, or worse, and former president of BFU-USA, Houston. Dr. Kinga, this part of it I don't think you know, Doctor, has worked on systems that help predict mortality in patients with cancer admitted to the ICU. He is here to talk about end of life. And as you well know, we get very uncomfortable discussing a topic like this. But it is inevitable. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Kinga to the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Auntie Caro. I call you Antika because we've been talking, and one of the reasons why we ended up with this topic is because it's a very difficult topic. It's when we were coming to the convention, we all planned, right? We all thought about how to get here. We had to pay for the hotel. We had to pay gas for our cars, and the question comes to mind is, why is it that we don't think about how we plan ourselves when we are not going to be here? Why is it always a challenge? Why is it, by show of hands, how many people have a will? Show of hands, if you have a will. So you can see in the hall that is not even up to 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 10 in this hall. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the objectives of my talk are going to be, one, to explain the importance of end-of-life discussions, understand major tasks to complete, understand medical language associated with end-of-life discussions in the hospital. Although we all are not going to get out of this world through the hospital, it's important for us to understand the terms and get used to the language that medical practitioners use when you find yourself in the hospital, and it's kind of an end-of-life situation. And trust me, it can happen at any time. We see it every day. Young people in the 40s and 50s are getting sick and showing up in the hospital without any directives. Next slide, please. So 24% of 18 years to 34 years in the US have a will, and 27% of 25 to 54-year-olds have a will in the US. So 27%, that's around 1 out of 5 people. Whereas in here, we did not even get to 1 out of 10. So we have a long way to go. Okay? 45% of people over the age of 55 have a will, and it's a little better, 81%, when people are that advanced, more than 72 years. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what are some of the major tasks to complete? We have to think about establishing a will. What is a will? We all know what is a will. It's just a document that you have to write down specifically what you want to happen to you and your belongings when you pass on. It has to be written, it has to be signed, and it has to be witnessed. I'm sure there are some lawyers here when we get to discussing. You might help me with a few legal issues, but it varies from state to state. In the state of Texas, where we are, you have to have 2 witnesses. And these 2 witnesses have to be people that usually don't have any vested interest in your belongings. And it has to be, as I said, has to be written, signed, okay, and dated. Now, I'm talking about a will. That's one of the tasks that we have to complete. The next task is a trust. If you have a lot of properties and businesses, it's always good to have a trust. The trust is not really for everyone, okay? A will can be enough for individuals that don't have a lot of property and material things. But when you have a lot of property, business, you really want to have a trust. Now, if you're unable to do any of the above, I know sometimes life can be so challenging, at least have a discussion with your loved ones. Let them know your wishes. Let them know what you would want done when you're not here. Because we make as if, or we behave sometimes as if we're going to be here forever. No. There will come a time when that time comes, even us, myself and Dr. BB working in the ICU, we all know, when that time comes and the train is going, you can't stop it. We do everything we can, but we just can't stop it. Document your wishes for end-of-life medical care. That's important, okay? Document what is the most important to you. Is it pain control? Is it symptom control? Is it psychological issues? Is it spiritual? Do you want a priest? Are you so spiritual that you want somebody from your church to come and spend that time with you? Okay? Or if you can't document it, communicate it. And sometimes your surrogates, the people that live with you, will know that my loved one was a very church-going person. He would have wanted to, get help from the church or somebody to come pray for them. Okay? Next slide, please. Next slide. So let's go to some of the medical terminology that are used in the in the hospital. So resuscitation status. So when you're very sick and you find yourself, unfortunately, in an ICU setting, the doctors and the nurses sometimes will ask you about resuscitation status, which means what should we do if you're getting sicker to the point where you might die? You could be full resuscitation, meaning that we do everything to keep you alive, which implies if your heart were to stop beating, we will do CPR, We will shock you to restart your heart. We will put you on the ventilator to help you breathe if you cannot breathe. That is full resuscitation. We do everything. Okay? If the ventilator doesn't work, we can go to the next level, extracorporeal membrane oxygen to keep you alive. We have all those tools. Do not resuscitate is the extreme. I don't want, so pain control is more important to me. If I am dying, if I'm so sick, I don't want you doing CPR on me. I just want pain relief. I just want things to be calm. That's an option, okay? And then in between, we have measures, we have in between where we can say, well, I don't want CPR, but I want something done if I cannot breathe, if I'm struggling to breathe. And I might stay on the ventilator maybe a week if it's something that is reversible. That's okay. Okay? And you can talk to the physicians, you can express that, and it can be documented. Okay? So this is just some of the scenarios that we encounter in the ICU setting and during end of life. Now, one of the terms commonly used is an advance directive. So an advance directive is a document that is signed, which can be part of your will, which specifically says what you want done. So that if you're sick and you get to the hospital, the medical staff might ask you if you have an advance directive. You have a will, you have an advance directive or a document that you signed that specifically states what needs to be done. Now, another thing is medical power of attorney. That's also part of a will, because you also have other power of attorneys like financial power of attorney, but medical specifically will spell out exactly what you want done if you are medically incapable. The surrogacy is you can dedicate someone specifically. If you are incapacitated, if you cannot communicate, that person takes over everything. Okay? Now, one other term is the ethics committee. I don't know if you're familiar with that. So, as far as ethics goes, there are certain things that we do that might not be ethically correct or for the best interest of the patient. I can give you guys an example. When I was in training in Detroit, Michigan, we had a case of a patient that had an unfortunate infection, very bad infection that pretty much consumed, it was an aggressive fungal infection. It's called mucormycosis. It pretty much chopped off the patient's face, and this patient was sick, diabetic, poorly controlled, was on the ventilator, and the patient's eye actually fell off. But the family still wanted everything done. So ethically, this patient is just on life support, and life is not going to really mean much. You know, there was no turning back. But the family still wanted the patient on the ventilator. And as medical practitioners, we really cannot question the motives of the family, because it's can be legally complicated. But then hospitals have what they call ethics committees that will work with the family and try to sort things out and work on getting appropriate goals of care for the patient and help in those kind of extremes and difficult scenarios. Okay? Then another term they commonly use is palliative care. So palliative care is basically for support and pain control and trying to, for comfort, really, for the patient. And so there are specialists that actually train in doing this, and they help us in our field when we are dealing with end-of-life scenarios in patients in the hospital. And then the last is just the hospice care, which gears mostly using medications and using other methods and other means to make patients comfortable towards when they're towards end of life. Next slide. So some fun facts. So the shortest will was that was written and signed. The will was just like all to son. So give everything I have to my son. The second shortest will was all to wife, give everything I have to my wife. The largest inheritance to a pet was $80 million in 1991 by Carlo Liebenstein. And then the oldest power of attorney, 561 BC in Mesopotamia. And then famous people who died without a will, unfortunately, Abe Lincoln, Picasso, and Martin Luther King. Next slide. Yeah. There are no, but he could have prepared his will, right? So in conclusion, we want to encourage families to have end-of-life discussions early, and not only when someone is ill, right? And because we don't know when things can go bad. So have these end-of-life discussions, have it documented, get some witnesses, sign it, and keep it. Understand that there are resources we can use, but it varies by state. Document what is the most important to you. And I will end by saying that my sisters, women are not, I can say a lot of patients that we see, it's like women don't think that they have to have a will. Women are now breadwinners, they own properties, they own so many things. Please, write it down. It's your right. What you want to happen after you're not here. It's very important, okay? So if there's one message, it's for my sisters and my mothers, write your will. Thank you. I'll be open for questions.
Doctor, thank you so much. This is a very tough, kind of tough discussion, like they said, and unfortunately, I'm going to be very personal. Some of this really, I experienced it. And number one, I'm going to start with insurance. End of life, you're going to have it very easy when you have people that are sick and you have insurance. Unfortunately, I lost all my parents, and thank God. I'm talking with my experience from them, but it's positive. When my mom was sick, there was no insurance, and we inherited a lot of bills from Chisong Hospital. Thank God. And I always give praise to the sisters in Chisong. If you've ever been somewhere else like here, in the hospital where you come in, there's no insurance, you don't get treatment. My mom was hospitalized so many times in the hospital. I think I have one of my moms here that she was always there with me. She would went for me. There was no insurance. We only had a restaurant. That was it. And we inherited a lot of bills we had to pay. But my dad too was sick. My dad had a stroke. And we had mutual health. Mutual health. One of the things I learned here, when you are paying, mutual health is in steps. Pay the top one. My dad had surgery, and after that my dad passed. I paid little or nothing in Chisong. But my mom, I paid a lot of bills. There was no insurance at that time. So if you want to buy insurance, don't go and buy the wimpy one, as we call it. I'm a provider. You are going to have pre-authorization and everything. And when you look at the difference, a lot of it comes now with imaging. You need a CT scan. You need an MRI. All of that goes through pre-authorization, and you look at the insurance you will pay in a month is like $300 or $400, even highest $500 you are paying in a month. When you get prescribed to have, just like, say you have severe abdominal pain or this that we want to get scanning, it's going to be like $5,000. And then your co-pay maybe is half of it is $3,000. If you take $3,000 divided by 10, it's already $300 in a month, and you are not having full coverage, and you are paying already $200 or so for a wimpy insurance. So embark on, when you see insurance and you see insurance, pay $300, pay $200, pay $700, go for $700. You will not. It's going to cover ED, it's going to cover all imaging, it's going to cover everything, and end of life, hospice and whatever is going to be very good for you.
Start from Cameroon, you get that. Mutual health, pay top. Here in America, if you see the lowest insurance, don't go for it. That is a scam. I'll leave it there. The second is on end of life discussions. My mom used to, she would take this from here, take this from there, take this from there. And she would tell me, Komo, I took this from here, I have debts here, I have debts there, I have debts there. I wrote all of those down. Surprisingly, she passed. Like they said, if you looked at my dad and you looked at my mom, nobody knew my mom was going to go. But all of that, my dad was writing down. And people will come, say, oh, your mom took this from here, or you are going to, as you are passing, come here. I heard your mom died. I'm so sorry. She took this from here. And when I looked at the list, it was all there. It was not surprising. We were able to pay all of that. So some end-of-life discussions that your people are having with you, write it all down. Because when I spoke with my dad would be like, what did she say again? My dad was very good at documenting. And I was good at listening. That helped me because when my mom was passing, little did I know that my mom would even go before my dad. But my mom used to say, if I die, these are my clothes that I have. She was a seamstress. She had so many nice dresses, so many nice things that she did. The stuff that she bought, she said, this goes to this, my sister. This goes to, your sister will have this. Your brother can have this. Have all of those documented. And guess what? When my mom passed away, somebody would come and say, she used to tell me that if in case I die, give this to me. My dad gave all of those out. To be honest, it made us at peace, and today I still love my mom, and there is no way. Now I'm going to jump off. I've had people that have come up to me and say, Komo, I didn't know that was so hard. Mom passed away. Guess what? This is what I'm facing through. This person came and is asking this. She used to say about it, and I don't believe it. Oh, this person is saying that there's death here. Do you think? So there was no there was no documentation, and so it impacts them. When it has never happened to you, you don't know what it means. But when somebody comes and is talking, and most of the time people will be talking to you because they know you have that experience. So I'll share with you, if your mom is back and you have WhatsApp at home, especially now that we have the distance, they tell you certain things, write it down. Because if they die, you're going to be the one to handle all of this. Because they are no longer there. You are the next of kin. The last I want to say is where your body is going to end, begin to say it. My dad used to say, Koma enam dubenma, ampu motaben wa mumichwari. Motaben yiji, ben yiji, ben yiji. I wrote those down. My dad never wanted to be left in a mortuary. He said, if I'm left in a mortuary, I don't like it. Listen. And I told him, he was there 2 days. Why? Because there was a 25th celebration, and the priest came, and my brother even said, yeah. He said, don't live in a mortuary. Do everything to do whatever they had said. I want something very simple. Don't do it. If you feel like you want to do something for me, walk up to the orphanage and do an offertory there, or give something there. That is what I want you to do. The day I went down, that's what my dad said. I called my brother and I said, this is what he used to say. He said, oh yeah, let's take 50,000 and go down. Went there. That night, the dreams I had were very different. I could see my dad talking to me. I see him held hands, and I saw him sitting and drinking with me. I've had people that have come up and say, you know what, my dad said I should not sell this plot. I sold it. Come on, what do I do? My dad told me not to sell a plot. To be honest, I've not sold any plots back home. But I have friends, some of them are here, who have come up and said, come on, I sold that plot here at Tobin. This is what's happening to me. Do not document it, and do not, because it haunts your conscience and haunts you back. Yeah, and I'm going to end there so that I don't take the whole discussion, but this is one of the most difficult, but I just want to say, I like it, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kongo. Thank you. Sheikh.
Thank you, Doc. I'm really disappointed. I'll just start by saying that maybe it's because the composition of this group has changed, but in 2008, I think it was New Jersey Convention, FUA His Royal Highness, I'm not even sure if he's in the hall. If they are in the hall, he was here. So those who know His Royal Highness from Minnesota, I will not call him by his first name or by his name, but His Royal Highness had a similar conversation with us in 2008. I remember back then, deduct how many years now, 18 years, 16 years ago, right? He had the same discussion with us around having a will. And the very first thing he said is, if you love your family, have a will. He came from, Doc has come from the perspective of medical. His perspective was around loving your family. And he talked extensively about why that's a sign of love. Because in your absence, the headache and the things they have to deal with, if you don't have a will, you don't love your family. That's basically what he said. Obviously, there's the insurance part, the medical part, and all whatnot, but that's the bottom line. Selfishness, that's what it is. If you don't love your family, you're selfish, right? If you don't have a will, you're selfish. How many of you here are married? I see married people keeping your hands down. So I hope things are still together. How many of you have kids? Right? Nobody's guaranteed to walk out of here. Those who know me know that last week I lost my best friend's wife, who was 40 years old. 3 kids under 9. And I was in the hospital when it happened. You don't play with things like this. The moment you have your first child, that's a responsibility you brought into this world. Have a will. For the child's sake. Especially in a country like this where laws, where we cannot just say, oh, I'll tell this friend this and that's it. Laws take over. And those legal documents help you ensure that your family is taken care of. So I don't care if it's legal Zoom or if it's what you use. There are many ways to get these documents in place. Have conversations with your spouses. You were talking about your parents. Some of us are still lucky that our parents are around. But what are you talking about with your spouse? Some spouses don't know what the other spouse wants. You'll be amazed. Some people are 20 years together. The other spouse has no clue. A boss runs somebody over and is like, what did this person want to do? Some spouses don't know documents that the other person has. You're talking about your parents' debts. Do we know what our spouses owe? Let's start there. Right? Are we having those conversations with ourselves about what we own, what we owe, and what we're going to do if something happens to us? Especially now where in our parents' age, they were at least in Cameroon. The argument could be, should you be buried in Kian or in Limbe, if that's where you had gone to, or in Kumba or wherever. For us here, we have children here. And some of us are struggling with, do I want to be buried here or in Cameroon? If you don't spell that out in a will, you're leaving that decision to your spouse or to some other person. You may want to be buried in the village. God bless you if Amba can get you there, right? Or buried here. If you don't make a decision and spell it out, somebody's going to put you in a hole here. Pretty hole. But it's a hole at the end of the day, right? So for me, I think those are really the important things that I wanted to underline, Doc. Just those two that, love your family by doing this. I don't care how much you have. Have conversations with your spouse about your debts, about where you've been putting your hand, because it will come to haunt the spouse, whether you like it or not in this society. If you have 10 credit cards and you're hiding 7 from them, guess what? When you're not here, they will find out. And that conversation, one-way conversation over your grave is not going to be nice, right? So make sure that they know where your hands are, because those bills, they will have to cover, unfortunately, right? It doesn't go away. And please, let's increase this percentage. Since 2008, we've been having this conversation, and it's not good that we come back here. Maybe some of us we want to keep it confidential, so we didn't raise our hands. But please, that percentage has to increase. Most of us who were running around as young men and women 15 years ago are now married with kids. And I expected at least all of that group to have put their hands up, especially because we are highly educated. Regardless of the fear that we've brought from back home around, or taboo around this subject, whether you like it or not, we're here. And in this country, different rules rule. And you don't play by the rules, it's unfortunate for you.
Thank you so much, Star. Thank you. All right, see your hand all over there.
Thank you, Doc. And thanks to everybody who has commented about this. These are difficult discussions generally within our community. And I'm really happy that you brought it. And I'm really happy that people are sitting and listening and really taking a hard look at themselves and what they'll probably leave behind. At times people might say, I don't care when I'm dead. Let the living take care of whatever I left behind. Excuse me. But what I wanted to comment about was this discussion about end of life. There's often confusion about insurance. Insurance, when you're buying insurance, of course, most of us have health insurance where we work so that if we go to the hospital, we go to the doctor, it pays for some of the bills. And end-of-life discussions should also include incapacitation. What happens if you fall sick and you can't walk and you're bedridden and you're paralyzed? You cannot earn income. That should be part of your consideration of end of life. If you are hooked onto some respirator and you stay in a vegetative state for 2 years, 3 years before you die, you practically deplete everything that you own before you die. So those are the type of things that we should also be considering. And when you talk to people, at times they say, oh, I have insurance at work. But that insurance that you have at work is not very useful for you and your family, because the moment that you leave that workplace, you lose that insurance. So we should be considering the type of insurance that whether we are working for A or B or C, we can still move around with. And we should also be considering the type of insurance that will be able to give you money if you happen to be incapacitated and you can't work. The third thing I want us to consider is when you go and you are shopping for this type of insurance, go to the places that will not only provide you with the insurance, but will provide you with the capability of give you an expert to help you prepare a will. We just had examples of how wills were prepared, but they were not detailed enough, and certain things were left out. When you're looking for the experts, let them help you. And at times, they might even advise you to have a trust. Doc touched on it a little bit. There are many things that you can put in that trust, and there are many instructions you can leave, so that even don't give the responsibility to some. Just don't say that if you are hooked on the respirator, let the decision on whether you die or live be your spouses or your sons or your daughters. I don't think that it would be fair to them. So talk to some of the experts, and they will help you through writing that will, creating that trust, to make life easy for everybody. And if you are sitting there and you can tell people that, hey, if I die, you guys are going to take $500,000 or $1 million and do this X, Y, Z, and then the rest of us, the rest of it you can have fun with. I think they will feel more at ease when they see you lying and about to die than if you are lying and you are dying and they don't know what they are going to do with your body. And if you keep that amount of money, you can even tell them, I want you to go to Nso, I want you to go down to Mbingi, I want you to dig my grave here, and that's where I want to be buried. They will do it because you have left them the wherewithal. One of the things that I wanted to thank the president of BFU and the manager of FAB is that at least BFU has solved a very big problem for us. Where we were creating these GoFundMes, every time somebody died, we go and sit and we donate money and so on. At least FAB is going to solve that. But let's create our own personal FABs by talking to the experts and getting the right insurance. Not just health insurance, but the right insurance that can take care of you while you are still alive and take care of you when your family and those you leave behind after you die. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. I think you meant what you were alluding to was disability insurance, right? When you're incapacitated. So that's something separate. Disability insurance. So you have short-term and long-term disability. Short-term disability will usually cover you for a week, and long-term disability, if you were injured, like in a car accident or something, covers you long-term, more than 90 days, things like that. Okay. Any other questions before we wrap up? All right. Fine.
Very Otado. You know, we have to put this in context. We come from an area where there are certain beliefs. So each time we are taking a technical form like this and in this country, put them into context and then see how we can change it. In the sense that, you know, when people back home, I don't know, say if you write your will, it means that you are going to die tomorrow. Okay, so that is entrenched in our minds. So this kind of education is very important. And I think that whoever the authorities, we should review this again next time. How many of us next year, every year, who have increased? And one important point, when somebody passes, you hear the will was with the Reverend Father or somebody. I think the good thing is, maybe the rule of thumb, your will should be discussed with your immediate, with your children. Let them not hear that there's a will in the Father's house, in the Reverend Father. Why? Let them take part in the writing of your will. Because you have children, they are so good to each other, but when you pass it, you might be surprised. They start having problems. So do that when everybody is there and we know our percentages and we say, are you guys okay with it? Whether you are okay, but this is what we have decided. So nobody cheat. Yes, and everyone has a copy, which we have signed so that it looks authentic, not that it was, you know, tampered with by anybody. You have to be very clear about this. We have to die one day. And everybody wants to die and go to heaven, right? But not today. Thank you.
Bero Shufai. When Shufai was talking, I was just nodding my head because it's so funny that my father is of blessed memory, and before my father passed, the best gift he gave us was that he wrote his will. And all looked at it. My mother had a copy, my brother had a copy, I had a copy, my sister had a copy. So when he was not here, we just followed everything that he requested in his will. So it's a wonderful gift for your loved ones, trust me.
So the discussion so far has been very enlightening because as you're asking the question, you know, if you have a child, you're married, like having a will is love. And just following up on what Sheikh Shemlan said, that when you have insurance, if it's a good one, part of it is helping you have a will. And the concern is, I think someone experienced that this same question was asked a long time ago, and he's disappointed that up till now. So this is not a conversation, it's just more like a recommendation, that how about as part of FAP, we recommend families to write a will. And if we want to, I think he was saying that we should ask it in next year. So next year, and to make it, you know, like we know we have the numbers of those who are members, and then we can keep track of those who are families, and we can keep track of the numbers. So we just go by the numbers, and then we like healthy competition. So we can say this chapter, the members have this number have signed up for FAP, this number have their wills. So we can make it as a healthy competition, and that could also help improve the numbers.
Excellent point, excellent point. One intervention from Peter, and then I'll go to Fonman, who is the lawyer, and I'm sure he has some good comments for us.
Wow, this is a wonderful topic. This is part of the job that I do in America. I talk about wills to clients. Interestingly, I don't have one. I've seen the effect of dying without a will. I've seen the effects, and it destroys families. It really does. So it's something so simple that parents ought to do, and they fail to do it. And when they check out, guess what? The kids also check out. Not checking out in that they die, but they check out in that they check out from the family. So wills are such a very important facet. We live in a different culture. We live in a different country today where wills are part and parcel of living. In fact, it is setting, a will is not only for your kids, it's for your own life. How do you want to live after you're gone? That's what the will does. It tells the people who are living how you want to live after you're gone. It gives them directives. It gives them direction. It's and it's a piece of paper. But without that piece of paper, it destroys family. Just like one of the speakers said, it tears apart the children. It really does. So please, I will work on that document. A lot of times, just like our Honorable Shufai said, the moment you bring it up, even in this country, when I ask people, do you have a living will? It's not even a living will. A power of attorney, just a document to give an advance directives. That's how they call it here. Just asking that question, people are like, oh, do you want me to die? No, I don't want you to die. It's just telling your doctors what to do in the case that you cannot make that decision for yourself. That's as basic as that. But a will even goes further than that. It tells the living what to do after you're gone. So please, I really advise our BFU members, let's get one. Let's get one. And I'm glad that you're bringing this topic up. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter. All right. I think this is the last one, the last question, the last intervention. Barrister, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think in 2008, we talked about this thing in this same forum. I did a presentation, and I talked about the will. And I even used our own examples, and I got some flag for it because I mentioned names. And I'm going to mention names now to give you some examples of how it is so important what Shufai said. Sit down with the family and discuss that will. How many of you know Atabong Enterprise? All right. He did it beautifully. And in his own situation, he had a polygamous home. So he sat all of his children. God bless. That's one thing I'm so proud of the guy. He went around, most of his kids were abroad. He went around and met with the children, gathered them, told them what was going to happen when he passes. And And then he went back, it was not a year, he passed. And there's peace in that family because everybody knew what was going to happen. Okay? It's so important, especially when you have a lot of assets. Because we have some of these children we're having in America, man, they're different. Okay? They'll fight for this stuff. I'll give you another example. How many of you know Fako Pharmacy? Paname. That did not happen in his case. 2 of his kids were in Minnesota. They left there and went home and got the property that was divided. It's disaster. Okay? There's fighting all over the place. Okay? It's so important to sit with the family and talk about these things. Visit your children and put this thing on the table. I'll give you another one. How many of you know our poor Bamleki? They're in court today. They are in court. They've been in court since he died. And who is benefiting? The lawyers, the magistrates. That guy had so much asset that they have torn the whole thing apart. Okay? And it doesn't work, please, people. And there's another piece. The most important person we have in our lives is your spouse. Especially you all see it here in America. It's your spouse. Some of us ride these wheels and the spouses don't even know what is there. Okay? And then when you die, who comes out of the woodwork? Your brothers, your uncles, and all these people. And the person who is supposed to benefit with is your child or your children. They get lost, especially when you have asset in Cameroon. Please, this wheel, we cannot talk about it again, please. I like the suggestion that they put it in FAB so that people can be talking about it or actually write it. It's the simplest document to write. You only need 2 witnesses and it has to be written. Okay? And then you can even write 1 line. 1 line is a will. It doesn't have to be detailed. You could just say, hey, if I die today, my spouse takes over everything. Period. Or my spouse is the next of kin. Let her make any decision that is needed that I would have made if I was alive. That is a will. You don't have to detail a lot of stuff. Okay? So thank you. I'm glad that this conversation came back again, but please, let's push this one. Do it and just push it. We'll all die. Okay? Nobody's going to live for long. Even Paul Biya will die.
Thank you, His Royal Highness. Thank you, everybody.
Goodness, thank you so much, Dr. Kinga. Please, let's give him a hand of applause again. This is very enriching, and I just wish that we had a full house. But you know what? It doesn't really matter, right? You got the information, and we'll spread it. We'll spread it. Doc, thank you, thank you. Okay, so real quick, we are going to have Dr. Doris Lander come to the floor. His demo is going to be on the much briefer side. It's not, I think you can hold it. Dr. Doris, if you can have the mic.
I'm sorry, usually it takes me about 10 minutes to set up, and it's unfortunate that we are on crunch time, so bear with me. What I want to talk about is going to be mind-blowing with all we see we have here. So I'm trying to get this up. Let's see if any man is here, any guys can come and help out. That would be great. Thank you. I'm sorry, we're trying to improvise and bear with me. In the meantime, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Doris Lanze Onyegala, and from the name you know that I'm married to a Nigerian. Do you know that? And before I go further, I will say that I used to be treasurer for BFU, national and local in Washington, D.C. And it was a great time. At that time, it was really crazy, but we are excited with what we have now. So anyways, okay. A minute again, please. So I want that leg. We need another guy to come and help, please. Any volunteer? Yes, no, I want them. So I want this. Are we there? Improvise, please, improvise. Let me see what you guys can do. Yes. So when call for Finai, when call for Fin, this way. Keep coming. I want it this way. How is that? All right. This is what I'm talking about. I love this. Okay. So flip it now, flip it. Let's flip. Okay. All right. I hope most people can see what I'm having here. You can see? So no, then are you going to push it down behind? Yes. So 3 people should come on. Let's go. If you can't see, you want to come closer, please. Mojikai. All right. Okay. I have some, okay, let me take off, relax a little bit. Usually I don't, to do some of these things, it's not good to be in a rush situation, but I hear they want to set up the hall already. In any case, I'm going to talk about holistic approach to many of our medical conditions that traditional medicine has been had to make compromise on it, and we already had some of them here. And actually, if anybody can see this one, say, probably Key, I think you are better off holding this. Because if anybody can see here, let me see, I'm going to start with the fact that the human body is made up of about 70% of water and 30% of cells. I'm going to skip this a lot because to just make sure that we can have some time about these products that I'm really excited and passionate about. Me and my husband, we've been running a medical practice for over 25 years in the Washington, D.C. area, and there's nothing that we have not seen. And I practice and work on this under his umbrella. My medical school was in Italy. I was there for over 10 years. And I came out here, and me and my husband have opened the practice for that long. But I'm the type that I like exploring, and I like life, to give somebody joy. And what we have been seeing in the clinic a lot has been always misery after misery from whatever people come for, whether it's diabetes, hypertension, hardly is treated. And all of you, I heard all of you hear what we are having here. And the thing is, like I say, I'm the type who is open-minded. I'm going to ask everyone here, if you are open-minded, then you can see with me where I'm coming from. There's been a lot of holistic products. We don't call them medications because the FDA is going to be coming under scrutiny on that. And this happens to have a stigma because it goes under the multi-level marketing. But I tell everybody that when you go past that, because as far as I'm concerned, you might never make money from multi-level marketing to an extent, except you started at the top. But for me, I go into many of these products to see what they have and see what I can benefit from, because I know what the traditional medicine doesn't do. And the pleasure of what has happened is that I've tried some of these things, and this is one of the things that I said, I'm the type, like I say, I go, I try. If it's not good, I leave it. But for what the products that we have now, there are probably about 4 of them that address almost everything we have. And why is that so? I just told you that the human body is made out of water and cells. That's about 7% of cells, of water, and then 30% of cells. And what we say is that the problem that we all have, what did the illnesses come? Why? Because of acidosis. And this is the greatest issue. How do we get acidosis in most of the things that we ingest? You can get acidosis from what we eat. Almost all the food we eat, there's acidosis from there. Then stress. I can't help anyone with stress, so it's something that causes acidosis. And then you have EMFs. That's just simple radiation. You have acidosis. And like we're saying, these products, alpha meta is one of them, and I have that on the table. Yes. So just bring the table, chair, and yes. Yeah. Just yes. Any man in the house again? Key, where are you? Let's go. Just put in some 2 tables there, please. I have about 3 products. Alpha Meta is, they call it food for cells. You can ask your Siri, ask Alexa, it will tell you what Alpha Meta is. We call it food for cells. And then the Alpha Spin, you guys can Google all of this. This is an Alpha Spin. Helps with radiation and many more. I'm going to be trying to go fast on this. For one reason, I'm still in town till Monday. So can reach out to me. I have where are the flyers? Somebody can help me. Where's my guy? Abi. Just put one on a table or 2. They have like 40 of them. There are a lot of the products there. And like we say, if we say that we are 70% water and 30% cells, it means that if we have good water in us, and then our cells are healthy, we shouldn't fall sick. And that is taken care of by an alpha spin, which can structure your water. Everyone knows about alkaline water all over the place. And then you have alpha meta. The products are right here. And on your flyers that you see, you can look at the products. This is an alpha meta. It's food for the cells. Rice cereal. Very good. And then all these products, like I'm saying, they do take care of your water, your cells. And then you ask, what is it that we have? One of the greatest products that we always like to do a demo, which I'm going to do in a short time now, it takes about 5 minutes, is the pads and panty liners. So any woman, if you look at these products, you can take a picture of it when you're done. Most of the women's issues that they have, gynecological problems, are coming from the poor quality of pads. I know recently they talked about the tampons. Whatever is made from tampons are made of is the same that is used to make pads. And that's going to be one of the things that I'm going to present. It's the only demo that I'm going to do here. I'm trying to look for a nice table to use. Where's my assistant? Come on, let's do this fast. Okay, let me see where do I use, let me see, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to show you guys how the parts absorb, and that tells you the whole pathology of why women have all the problems they have, from excessive flow, irregular menses, cramps, heavy flows, and all of that. And some with fibroids. We have panty liners that we take out fibroids, you'll be surprised. Hemorrhoids, we treat it, except it's ready for truncation, surgery, it will take care of all of that. Usually when we have presentations, we're going to do it where we do every demo one after the other, and it's mind-blowing, like I say. But me and my partner, we're going to do the alpha, just do the parts, and let's go from there. Okay. Anybody can see me from here or so? That would be nice. Anybody can see? Better? Let's try this one. We're gonna use this, please. Okay. All I'm trying to do is to show you what happens with the parts that are in the market, and then the parts that we have here, Angel Moon. Thank you. So I'm going to take out the parts that we have in the market. Most of us use this, but most of the kids now, like my kids, they've been using Angel Moon for the past 5 years that I joined the business. And like I said, the business, you don't make money from it as far as I'm concerned, but the health products, that's why I stuck to it. And let's see what we have. So this is, take out one of them. No, the regular pad. Open that, that's a panel liner. Yes. So where the muscle are you? You didn't forget that. I'm going to do this first. Yeah. So what happens is that we're going to stimulate a woman having her period, and then she's going to sit, like when she sits down, you will see the absorbing properties of the two separate parts. The parts we have here, we have the angel circuit, and then the one we have in the market. And when a woman is bleeding, she will lose about 300 milliliters of blood. We actually do 50. And all I do is I'm going to stimulate that. This is one now for the angel secret part. Bring the pad, the tissue. Look. Yes, now I'm going to get this in my elbow. She's going to press on us. I see one is sitting on it, a lady sitting on it, and then go both hands, and then go down on it hard. Yes, please. She'll be telling you, oh, now, you see the difference? So take it up for everybody to see. No, just take the tissue, yes. And everyone can see the tissue. They see the difference? You see very well. The one on the left-hand side is the normal parts that we've been having all that. And with anybody who knows, once blood is out of the body, in about 4 minutes, it actually grows a lot of bacteria. And remember, it's a woman who doesn't change often. She will be on this until, and with the bacteria, it will actually go back to the body. And that tells you many of them have cramps, they smell, there's a lot of things going on. You see the other part, the angel moon, which after this, most people should be using. If you have any, even the kids, even the older people, this is the part that is dry, and this is just because, madam, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. And this, all that tells you about the parts that we have. we use this to explain for the women's side what happens with the pads. But at the same time, I'll go fast on the fact that men too have their own issues with panty liners, prostate issues. I have this when a child, some people tell me I'm not 40, the younger ones, they tell me when I'm doing presentation, that's so I don't worry about prostate issues. The prostate issue is not for men, but I tell the young people, I say, okay, we talk about premature, you know what I want to say, ejaculation. And this is something that the panty liners, they help a lot in that. This is some of the things where I tell people that for that situation, a parent will never know that a son has that. There are two people who can know, a medical doctor and a girlfriend. We see sometimes some of the kids will be like changing girls very, very often. The parents don't even know what's going on. But we doctors, a lot of people come to us with all of that. So by the time I tell people that, well, you two might have this, then they like, when I'm finishing, they say, Auntie, can I have a panty liner? All that we're talking about this part is the what I see there, right? So the last process, you can do this one, remember? Yeah, and then put it, do and put it inside. You remember? Take it out and wrap it and put it. No, you remember? It's a long time. We used to do this a lot, but I think she hasn't. Okay, no, we have to fill it up. I say I'm still around. I'm still around. So anybody wants to know more, look for me. I'm here till Monday. So this is, we're talking about the therapeutic properties of this part is due to this, negative ion. These are the negative ions. I hear some people in Cameroon used to have this and put in water. What was the essence? Negative ions are the one, everybody wants to have alkaline body. And this is what actually enhances that, whether it's men or women. So for prostate issues, men are having that. I'm going to switch again. Everybody know about Viagra. We have a different organic product for that, Alpha V Max. Most people know what Viagra doesn't do, or it's too expensive. There are products, and the good thing with this is that I tell people for the women, for girls, if you have a girl who is having these issues, I have that on the board. I can supply them 3 months, free products, and let's see if it corrects whatever their problem is for their menstrual cycles. Not a problem. So like I say, it's not something I think that you make so much money from here, just the pleasure that we have for people who have had it, had situations and they got healed and all of that. My girls, I advertised in the magazine quite a couple of pages, and that is already part of some of the things that anybody, when you have anything, you can try to reach me, send me a text, a call, I probably hardly pick up. One is all over the place. But anyways, this is what it is that goes for either the panty liner, and then for the pads, it's the same strip. And you see this in 3 places in the world. In the sea, in the forest, and in the mountains. Some of these things I know you can go and search it. I'm the type what I do is I've come to a point, I'm 62, actually tomorrow. So somebody has to sing me a happy birthday tomorrow. So what I'm saying is that I come to a point where I do the business in medicine. So you reach a point, and I've been blessed with some exposure because I'm that open-minded where I check to see what is where. Even my kids bring something, I would like to go see what is really. Then I see whether I should like it or don't like it, or see whether they can do it. So some of the things I'm telling everybody, try to be open-minded in this place, because what is out there is crazy. I always say a lot of money is out there, but do you know? They say my people die for lack of knowledge, right? Be open-minded. It's incredible out there. And prayerfully, of course, all the time. So with this, I will say that if anybody has questions, there's a lot to it. I know that there's time on it. So that's why I'm going to hurry on this and so on. And anybody can reach me. I'm still here till Monday. If you want to come to my room, just send me a text. And I'm on WhatsApp somewhere and so on. So with all that said and done, whether it's diabetes, what did I say? You see that there? Somebody can take a picture of that. We are cells, even the bone. We are cells. So anything cells, it doesn't matter. It's autism. You'll be surprised what alpha meta can do. We'll prescribe it differently for you. So this is something that you want to try. The only thing that I always tell people is that there are two sets of people. They are not open-minded, then they don't have the means. But when it comes to the means, all of us work here, you can sacrifice this for that. You'll be surprised what you get. It was a pleasure, guys.
Hello. Okay, good. Dr. Doris Lanza Onyegala, please give her a hand of applause again. This is so beautiful. And like she said, if you have any questions, I know the girls, the young girls especially, are not in here. If you have, you know of any, or your children, please just reach out to her for more information. She has that wealth of knowledge as far as this is concerned. And I really thank all of you again, really, for sitting down to listen to all these health talks. I hope they meant something to you, and I wish we take something home, you know, from this. Thank you all again so much for participating, I should say. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Auntie Ka. Thank you to all our doctors. Thank you, everybody, for your participation and your attention. I appreciate it. Next on our program this evening is dinner, and we're going to be working and having dinner at the same time. So I'm going to ask that we go out to eat dinner, and while we're eating dinner, we're going to be helping to set up the hall for our next part, which is our cultural night. Please, I would like to beg on you to help us be efficient. There's a lot of seating to accommodate 98% of us here. There's a lot of space outside for those that are just not interested and want to just hang out by the bars. We have 2 bars directly out here and another 2 bars over at the corner over there. There are plenty of drinks. We can purchase our drinks from there. There's a lot of space to mingle. There's going to be a red carpet on my left-hand side from here, which is going to be the right side for you guys, where we will take where you can take your, you know, nice convention cultural night pictures. But please, let's try to be as much as possible on time. I know that we cut almost 30 minutes into dinner time, and we're to come back at 7 o'clock. I'm hoping and praying that we can start early so that we can finish early as well. The rest of the program goes as thus. Tomorrow morning, we're just going to have a leadership meeting between the national exec, the chapter executives, the national executives, and the board of directors, which is going to be from 8 to 10 a.m. And then there are going to be soccer games at the field and tennis games as well. And then the afternoon, we'll have lunch. After lunch, then the afternoon is our sidebar, the BFU sidebar do you time, which is time for you to do whatever you need to do with your families, hang out, have fun, talk, catch up. We come back for dinner, and then we come back for the gala night for tomorrow. Let me address breakfast, because a lot of people had questions about breakfast. We have supplemental breakfast in the Karashin room on the 4th floor in room 446. The hotel only gave us 2 tickets per room, and that's all that we could be able to afford. You could purchase additional breakfast if you want to at a discounted rate, but we also have supplemental breakfast in the Karashin room. If your family hasn't had any breakfast, and it closes at 10. If your family hasn't had any breakfast and you need breakfast, please head on to the 446 to have breakfast, so those who weren't able to get breakfast down here. So it is not a lot of breakfast. It's not a whole buffet like here, but it's something that will at least hold us until lunchtime. Lunchtime tomorrow is scheduled for 12:30 or 12 o'clock, I can't remember. And then free afternoon, and then we come back for dinner, and then we come back for a cultural night. So, for the gala night tomorrow. But cultural night coming up soon. Have fun. Enjoy dinner. I hope it is better than lunch, and I will see you all here very, very soon. Thank you for your attention.
What a night. And please, you don't have to listen to me. You can go get ready for your awesome dinner. I just want to use this opportunity, and I say use, to thank the Dallas chapter for organizing such a beautiful welcome dinner. If you were here last night, you sure know what I'm talking about. The entertainment was beyond this world. To see the old and the young generation meet on the stage and perform as such perfection was beyond my comprehension. I am so blessed to be here tonight. I'm so lucky to have been here yesterday, and I cannot wait to see what tomorrow has to give. BFU, we are growing. We want more people to join us. We have people here who are registered as convention delegates. We want those delegates to become members. If you live in a chapter and you are a convention delegate, please sign up. I'm going to push in my chapter for more people to sign up as sustaining members. I may down the road, who knows? It's been very inspiring, very encouraging, very profound, but most importantly, very, very beneficial to our organization. And I use the term our because this organization does not belong to BFU executive. It belongs to each and every one of us, sons and daughters of Bui Division. Our external relatives, those who love us and choose to belong. Our marital partners, those who have married into the Bui family. Our adopted children. Our adopted grandparents. I want to use this opportunity on behalf of BFU Dallas to welcome them into our fold and to thank them for joining us for this memorable once-a-year event. BFU-USA, Oye. I cannot overemphasize how proud I am to belong to this wonderful organization. We have an administration that is accountable. They laid out our finances. They showed us the progress. We are growing forward ever. And as this goes, backwards never. BFU is growing. Please join us. Join this wonderful non-profit organization. BFU have done more than most organizations in the United States in terms of giving back to the community within and without the borders. And they continue to do so. I want to use this opportunity to thank our sustaining members, those who have sacrificed a monthly token to sustain this organization. Please keep up the wonderful job you guys are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, BFU is just on a stretch of no return. It's higher and higher. Always. The smile is beaming. We have a new generation that is coming in from the Cameroons and that is born here in the United States. They're going to take over the mantle. We want to make sure that as this generation grows older, that new generation will be able to take the mantle and push BFU-USA to a level that is beyond comprehension. Like I said before, I cannot emphasize how proud I am to be a member of this wonderful organization. I cannot. But I can bet you guys one thing. Until death do us part, that's when I'll leave BFU. And I hope that you guys will make that pledge. Let's commit our time. And one way to commit that is to attend convention. Participate in your chapter meetings. Be a registered member. Pay your dues. If you're a husband and wife, please, you can't just have one person volunteer or be a member of BFU. Both of you have to belong. And both of you have to pay your dues. By so doing, BFU is able to execute the mammoth projects that it has in its lineup. And BFU has been delivering. This is one organization that if you look at its history, there are lots of accolades that you can give BFU. The cheers can never stop. Every year, BFU does something that benefits our community back home. And I want to say this. It doesn't just benefit the division of Bowie. It benefits the Cameroonian community at large. At the chapter levels, we are doing things that is beyond imagination. We have chapters that are building classrooms, rebuilding schools, meeting the needs of health clinic and facilities. This is all under the banner or umbrella of BFU-USA. We should always be proud of who we are, because in this country, we are not only delivering, showcasing our culture, we are meeting our people where they need us the most. And this entails culture, education, and the biggest of all, health. As a BFU member, every time that I've gone home, I have invested in healthcare. I am blessed to have been schooled in the College of Nursing in America. So at least I know how to take vital signs. So when I go home, I don't just go and relax. I volunteer my time at doctors' offices, in hospitals, and I screen people, taking their vital signs and donating equipment to clinics and hospitals. Thanks to the sacrifice that my brother, Dr. Paul Mbinglo, and I do. This is our personal sacrifice. And we do all this under the banner of BFU-USA. I want to thank BFU-USA for inspiring us, for teaching us to give, for teaching us to share, but most importantly, for giving us the will to impact our people back home. And this impact, again, like I said, has not only stayed within the boundaries of Bowie. This has gone way beyond. I happen to have been born in Mount Mary Hospital in Boya. So technically, if that were the United States, I'm a citizen of Boya. But no, in the Cameroons, you go where your father came from. So I'm a citizen of Saul. And I'm always first a citizen of Saul, before anything. So if you ask me where I'm from, I'm going to say, hold on. You got to be very specific. Not what country. I'm from Bui. I'm from So. In a division called Bui. In a province called Northwest. In a country called the Cameroons. That's a hell of a citizenship for most people. The average American says an American. Or if you're from Canada, you say I'm a Canadian. But me, boy, you got to hold on. Hold on. Where are you from? Let me tell you where I'm from. I'm from the palace of So, in the division of Bui, in a province called Northwest, in a country called Cameroon. So my citizenship is defined by my honorary status as a citizen of Bui division of So. So I'm blessed, I'm fortunate to have been born from a village that has men, women that are trailblazers, that have a desire, a zeal, a will to give back to the community, are proud of who they are happy to share their culture, but most importantly, are happy to belong to our one family that we call today Bui Family Union. There's only one wish I have for Bui Family Union: growth, growth, and growth. To conclude, I want to wish this organization more money, more members, to be specific, committed members. And lastly, may we have more chapters and more convention. Thank you. I yield.
Temangang sha, temangang sha, temangang abungang sha, ebe temangang sha, temangang abungang sha. They want shave it sha, one kiss him in a tongue sha. You watch Java ke jamdo sha, moyen baba sha, kadro jidaka sha, mo wan luma lumini sha, mo akibami sha, inun simbam sem sha. To me love shift sha, ya yena dadom sha, dadom doji kizaka sha, mo wan luma lumini sha, doji kike eganka sha, we swing gam kumani sha, we even a daji one poa sha, we even a damo we yo, homo we yo, unako, homo we yo, homo we yo, unako. Temangang abungang sha, yebe temangang sha, temangang awuga sha, they want sin paneri sha, loja meti minkan sha, one in tong jivume sha.
Plays in the hottest mixes on the planet.
Yep.
You're rocking with the best.
Enjoy.
DJ Flow All Mix.
Temangang sha, temangang sha. Abungang sha, ebe temangang sha, temangang abungang sha. They want shave it sha, one kiss him in a tongue sha. You watch Java ke jamdo sha, moyen baba sha, kadro jidaka sha, mo wan luma lumini sha, mo akibami sha, inun simbam sem sha. To me love shift sha, ya yena dadom sha, dadom doji kizaka sha, mo wan luma lumini sha, doji kike eganka sha, we swing gam kumani sha, we even a daji one poa sha, we even a damo we yo, homo we yo, unako, homo we yo, homo we yo, unako. Temangang sha, temangang abungang sha, yebe temangang sha, temangang awuga sha. They want sin paneri sha, loja meti minkan sha, one in tong jivume sha. Ibaya la yotim sha, moji tambo siya jing sha, yukura shilivi sha, kirunka kisa fela a sha, aloji me imkomri sha, wuwavu awuna pia sha, wuwavu awuna jwa sha, lali wiwiro sha, shugami aloni sha, moyele wunomi sha, yebe wunome sha, yanko bena yongi sha, yebe bungang sha, we wanna damo we yo, homo we yo, unako, homo we yo, homo we yo, unako. Himoye kibole, himoye kibole, himoye ya ayule, yumoye kiboke MC, yumoye kiboke MC na, yumoye kiboke ya, yumoye kiboke tata, yumoye wilo minga udubam, yumoye matinyoti ya manda, yumoye ya ayule, yumoye kiboke duala, yumoye kiboke yaunde, yumoye kiboke bamenda, yumoye kiboke takodola, yumoye ayule, yumoye we wanna damo we yo, homo we yo, unako, homo we yo, homo we yo, unako. Hey, wanna manton you boo, wanna shout the baby, kawu, man. Ya Kankulung kalung kalang kalangkung Yawe tengwalo homo zuno Ya oh ya Mumkipu oh ya Miyinin jun oh ya Anggong dugar oh ya Kire oh ya Kire the microphone engineer. Jenga wat, bayo jenga wat.
People go always throw stones on your path. My brother, no need to be sad. What it matter now, what you do with them? Build walls, on the bridge you want build. Eba, either build walls for protect your fine body, or build bridge, cross river, go re-enter that side. Also make money, come back where you carry back money. Them say misery, they find company. Hey, you go be so. Say poverty, they find place for sleep. Hey, we don't want poor. Say bullet, they find target. Nah, who want that?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you are not eating, I would request that you kindly step out of the hall so we can finish setting it up, and then you come back in when it's time. Please, if you're not eating, I would request that you kindly step out of the hall so we can finish setting up, and then we'll let everybody back in when we're done. Thank you.
qui va déranger, il y aura nos côtés océan. La fierté du Congo central. Impérateur della rumba congoliana. Ferigola. Te fuir toi-même est plus profitable que fuir les lions. Ah ouais.
Pamela Boketa, grand prêtre mère. Palvis Nkoye, Paris Mpotunkoye, Junior Kelvis.
Mbangwati lope ezalaka mpona marathon te. Peut-être aza kobanga to mpe azokima menasi ya liopa. Kelvis Koyi naza nanga likukuma te, naza nanga likukuma te. Monoko nanga esangi maloba, nasangi mwa ya komplede. Po justice eza partial. Oh naleli, na pleure
Mama Hélène Bibi, Beki Boketa.
yokomisi motema nanga tatami. Bachagre na basusi babundaka Kelvis.
Audrey Epunda.
Susi ekomi okolonise nzoto na ngai. Nafane sentir na loketo etondi madusu. Naboyi nabima na nzela noki basupsone nga. Kenga na niatisa na bolingono Kelvis.
Na Caroline Nancy, Boyo na Canada.
Devant tragédie nga na kobunda te. Devant Kelvis Nkoyi nga na kobunda te.
Kelor Bofambo,
kotisanga na taille additionnel.
Marshall Joey Hong Kong.
Okenga na zala satisfait na bolingono bébé. Fabrice Guitan vusongelanga bébé. Ata deva Paul Alexe nga na kobunda te. Kelvis Nkoyi salama.
Gaddafi Chima, Honorable Papi Boulere.
Kelvis Nkoyi salama.
Lolo Eyale,
na malewa kiyane so akoki ne kofungola nzungu.
Jonathan Esoa Nkoye,
kasi na nzungu na ngai ya bolingo te.
Trésor Juna,
nakoboma motoma nga nakosasania mamama.
Boto Veronica, Mama Bokiloye, Jonathan Siboul.
Kanda na ye lokola zoseka.
Papa George Jwanga.
Koseka na ye lokola moto aza na kanda Kelvis na ngai. Aza komplike lokola mystère nzambe. Moye kausaka lamba mopepepe kausaka lamba. Moye shobaka damas malili pe batelaka damas.
Ben Willy le Gabonais.
Zonga dodo ompela Carmel Mukulumania.
Bijongolo.
Kelvis Nkoyi salamangu. Ashaka bolingo kuluna bolingo basekre ngai.
Fils et fille.
Zolo Jérôme salamangu. Ashaka bolingo kuluna bolingo basekre ngai.
Godefroy Mbembe.
Nandimi nazala sentinelle na bolingo no.
Dylan Kula.
Ata na minui nakosela yo. Batandris bakale opesaka ngai ememanga bomoto. Nalembi te kozela yo.
Boss Mutoto Ambelembele.
Ata na 4 heures nga nakolemba te. Ata babimisi feregola nga nakolemba te.
Ingénieur Kelimoke, Émérite Mayalos, Lady Pression.
Kotala kanga na miso soni te.
Lydia Chako.
Kotala kanga na miso soni te bébé. Po exclusivité na bolingo ezalaka te o.
Chiko Mabele Mambe.
Kelvis Nkoyi salamangu. Ashaka bolingo kuluna bolingo basekre ngai.
Et Edi Makitosha.
Kelvis Nkoyi salamangu. Ashaka bolingo kuluna bolingo basekre ngai.
Freddy Mayele na Suisse.
Kelvis Nkoyi salamangu. Ashaka bolingo kuluna bolingo basekre ngai.
Nelin Tambwe, Junior Bongongo, Union Européenne.
Ilembo tikela ngai ngona koma nanga passif. Soirée topasaki no ngona koma nanga denge.
Fabrice Mbemba Alta Moda.
Baprefa bolingo lakisanga ngana koma nanga kolela. Ngana kobomba mutoma pona kombo na yo Kelvis.
MCT 5.
Eya butu na moi pona kombo na yo Kelvis.
Salem Bachi Jet Set na Uganda.
Ilembo tikela ngai ngona koma nanga kolela. Soirée topasaki no ngona koma nanga denge.
Ekidi Mvito.
Ngana koboma moto mama.
Papi Masita Masitol.
Ngana koti we moto mama. Pona kombo na yo Kelvis.
Fabrice Kitamvu Yonde. Bonalema, Guy Malubanga, Pharaon Noir, Timo, Freddy Bokulaka, De Gaulle, Blaise Diloé, Bonito Touré Abidjan, Nana Swana Nathalie, Asta Pink.
Ah ouais, la terre est devenue trop petite pour la méchanceté des hommes.
Fanta Fofana Bibi chez Omo.
Jésus de nuance, le padre fait rigola.
Mais quelquefois, le malheur est bon, souffrance est la
C'est le scram Poutine.
Ma vraie identité ya bato. Namoni, baïbalinga kanga.
Fils Ankelele.
Namoni, baïbalinga gola.
Les dépressions.
Likunya bafiti, ezali jamais tombé. Komisa, selila
Honorable Alita Chamala,
bazanganga kaka boy.
Odette Chibambe Fanda
bamela ba champagne.
Dada Kambashi Mama Noah, l'ambassadeur du Benelux Christian Dongala, Charlie Lapage à la bourse européenne, Dorothée Ferré, Tonton Promo IGF, Boyoka Nengen Alelaki, Chouke Lomboto Bokulaka. Souffrance.
Jésus de nuance, imitateur ya Jésus de Nazareth. Yango basoluka, babo manga pene kulusu. Ndenge mama Marine kulusu, alelaki ye. Ndenge ba mama, balelaki ye.
Na cité Bethel, epai ya pasteur Moïse Mbiye, babondela kipona ngai.
Prisonnier ata sana nzala kolia ngombe mobimba. Meluto poto liberté. Ekotondisa ye lelo na expérimenté yango binzoli ya inosa boloko eleki prière ya bato mitema mabeo ataba mataki mangengengeo.
Prions pour les salis. César Pachoti yango iloboko ya Nzambe.
Baini nanga balukaka nini Ferado Prince Ferasala nini moto azosomnole bango bazobeta lisolo ya matanga ebongo pongia makasi histoire nini bokobeta lisusu
Didier Chombo Petit
Jésus nzoto kasi molimo nanga ezalaki ovivre la liberté nabimi
Doxon de Holo Lumière à
ezanga palsuria
Jericho la
Yes, entertainment. Baby, you know who pick you.
Why them with another one? If you get the money, take you help your brother, If you know thank God, you go and I forgot. Brother make you find work, or you remain the suffer. Only my hand, you, we make come together. If I do you bad, you if I do you good, if I promise and fail you, if I do you good, man I am young, tell me Jenny come on. In a binte, bunny come on. Man I am young, yummy tangy come on. In a jump, tell me come on, tell me come on.
Respectfully ask that if you're not eating, you leave the hall so that I can set up. We're really running behind and I don't want us to run late on our schedule. I know that we're worried about tables. I can say right now that every table that you see here is a reserved table. I need to place the reserve signs on the tables, so I need you guys to please excuse me respectfully so I can do that. I'm very sorry, but we're going to make sure that people have at least a place to sit down. So please help me. Let's be on time. I respectfully ask that if you're not eating, please exit the hall so I can finish setting up. Thank you.
Gansia yongi mo akong mo ayuri mo kong ya dinin mo yuri mo kifa kem kidame kudu kema she leave shame she dame kudu shema wir drum kule atmo yonjima wir drum kuki atmo yonjima wir drum kuroma Having you vigarmo, volei for more. With you by me, it feels like heaven on earth. Going out in more. I need with some gulay molen. Yon jima, ganderi, ganderi, unin yom mojima. Ayom mojin yom shuli, uni bong mojima. Ayom mojin ganderi, ganderi, unin yom mojima. Ayom mojin yom shuli, uni bong mojima. Ayom mojin ganderi, ganderi, unin yom mojima. Ayom mojin yom shuli, uni bong mojima. Ayom mojin ganderi, ganderi, unin yom mojima. Ayom mojin yom shuli.
One we one. Melo shab.
DJ Cleve exclusive, sir. DJ Cleve exclusive, sir.
Kigwara korino omba, alotu omba. Asuye woro jimba, vetata kituboyo omba. Adekomu omba, mo yele wono ma ai. Kigwara korino omba, alotu omba. Asuye woro jimba, vetata kituboyo omba. Adekomu omba, mo yele wono ma ai. Kisang mo very win, kisang mo very we are the for a me. I love do for a mo. I say mama wama, say mama wam. Jida line emo mama wama. Gan say geni say I want to me that worry. I for them more than we, a mama more than we are. When we are wadumba, a tumba day. When we are wadumba, when we are wadumba, hey. Kigwara korino omba, alotu omba. Asuye woro jimba, vetata kituboyo omba. Adekomu omba, mo yele wono ma ai. Kigwara korino omba, alotu omba. Asuye woro jimba, vetata kituboyo omba. Adekomu omba, mo yele wono ma ai. One vini ye, when you mo be me ya yeah. One vini yo, when you mo be me ya yeah. Nyetata sumo jim yena one vini baba oma. Nyetata sumo jim yena one vini yeah. Kigwara korino omba, alotu omba. Asuye woro jimba, vetata kituboyo omba. Adekomu omba, mo yele wono ma ai. Kigwara korino omba, alotu omba. Asuye woro jimba, vetata kituboyo omba. Adekomu omba, mo yele wono ma ai. Omba koni mo
Jia yele,
Jimani
che quan che cerchi là.
Vesa la janga Chebe Peru. Oh, tata kong
Duriye one more from you.
Agola dumriye wana
Taron more from you.
Agola dumri tarona
One more from you.
Agola dumriye wana
Taron more from you.
Kigwara korino omba, alotu omba. Asuye woro jimba, vetata kituboyo omba. Adekomu omba, mo yele wono ma ai.
man from sky, KPC music. Oh, lairo, jam, bam, the band we win the the bank on lairo. Oh, lairo, jam, bam, Rengari win the bank we are forever. Sakong bungo, mambang ya ayo, shanyam tejio, tebang tewano, jitinga tewano, amokuikile, nyamu, momulo paramba konai. Sakong bungo, mambang ya ayo, shanyam tejio, tebang tewano, jitinga tewano, amokuikile, nyamu, momulo paramba konai. Pejumayo menayonga bela one gonzo. Pejumayo menayonga bela one nyamso. Pejumayo menayonga bela one shufayo. Pejumayo menayonga bela. Hey, menayonga bela. Barana. Pejumayo menayonga bela shufayo. Ya ayo, sanyam tejio, tebang tewano, jitinga tewano, amoko ikilo, nyamu, pomolo karamba gonai, sakong kutongo, mambang ya ayo, sanyam tejio, tebang tewano, jitinga tewano, amoko ikilo, nyamu, pomolo karamba gonai. Ayo. Atara, Sufayo, Minamo, Lawita Shamo, Namwe, Lonilofero, Namwe, Sufayo, Namuo, one fire, Namuo, one gunso. Fire, you my young bella, you my young bella, one so you my young bella, one ginyam so you my young bella, one gun so oh, lairo, Atula Marilla, no, Basawi Maria to feel. Shopina, Fanka Iliasu, very one so Adam. Yeah, but Cola went to the more, this is fire. Hey, Fessela don't out, this is a tangy, Cavani and Motaro. Jimum Yabena, you might be la 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 la. Be to me as I we are some happy to me. As we are shong happy to there no was ya. Be to me as we are shong happy to ye dear. Be to me as we are shong happy to Pula Mochia. Be to me as we are shong happy to Reyegea. Be to me as we are shong happy to Biluvenduruma. Be to me as we are shong happy to Kafirwater. Be to me as we are shong happy to Mamma and Bambo. Be to me as we are shong happy to shonga bitu. Tuye diria, bitumia sawia shonga bitu. Bula motia, bitumia sawia shonga bitu. Bitumia sawia shonga bitu. Bitumia sawia shonga bitu. Jalimne o jimyelim yalimeno amberi woni womo.
DJ Cleve Exclusive.
Alimne o jimyelim yalimena amberi wotara wirio bai. Jalimno jimyelim yalimeno amberi wodemomo. Nzaranum kokonso ijimum kokon. Ulolom kokon, chok chiloban kokon. Mleni yenu wabin kwate milaisi no taromba. Maburiwa Jalimne o jimyelim yalimeno amberi woni womo. Alimne o jimyelim yalimena amberi wotarawirio bai. Yalimno jimyelim yalimeno amberi woni womo. Ibommo yuvuna sai, sawo yuvuna sai tarobo. Alungye melofe o tarobo. Tilungye melofe o tataobo. Layo mati motim bukongai. Layo mati motim bukongo tarobo. Yelim yalimena. Yalimne o jimyelim yalimeno amberi woni womo. Alimne o jimyelim yalimena amberi wotarawirio bai. Yalimno jimyelim yalimeno amberi woni womo. I've been there sick from time to time, oh. I've been there waka from place to place, oh. I've been there hustle, bolo to bolo. I've been there suffer until you came, oh. Then you changed my story from grass to grace, oh. You be changed my story from grace to grace, oh. Jalimne oh, jimyelim yalimeno amberi woni womo. Yalim yalimeno amberi woni momo. Jalimne o jimyelim yalimeno amberi woni momo. Alimne o jimyelim yalimena amberi wotarawirio. Jalimno jimyelim yalimeno amberi woni momo. Yasawi tako Hansen Wamadaro. MFS Music. Man from sky, KBC Music. Nyango, vasan lem nyanga. Kikong nina faro, vasan kong nina. Di wanso, vasan yeah. Nyango, vasan lema. Kikong nina faro, vasan kong nina. Di wanso, vasan yeah. Nyang, kolem nyang yodechi araya wo. Ajaluninga, adrafam. Moyo wata. Ganze kisi amanasa la yodechi amudakira moshili bodobe wanto. Wangwa bongene tawafia. I'm young boy yula. Saye la jaite yefia. I'm young boy yula. Before me lang chita yefia. I'm young boy yula. Tilaye bongene tawafia. I'm young boy yula. Atalwe la jaite yefia. I'm young boy yula. Ayibe la tirito yefia. I'm young boy yula. One be la tirito yefia. Tisigado musulwa kwa fola oba. Tisigado musulwa kwa ina kinyamo bana. Tisigado siganseli wanto wano faroba. Enjua Sigando, siganse liwonso, Konyango, Fero, we quite fero. Jipome gama, pome ba, Tamgiria, Tamwero Nangama, Sakoka wonso ataru. Nyango, Salema, Komina Fero, Tivasan Komina, Liwonso, Sanya. Nyango, Salema, Komina Fero, Tivasan Komina, Liwonso, Sanya. No matter where you are, no matter where you from, always think about your home. It's a place where we were born, it's a place where we belong. Hold my hand, let us go. Wanna take you to our home, wanna take you to that. So you see the beauty of Solen, where I come from. I know God for more, God for more, God for more, like you live, I see me. God for more, God for more, God for more, like you live, I see me. I'm more talking to your car. God for more, like you live, I see me. You better be loving the water, I want to put better. God for more, like you live, I see me. When you're on you, God for more, like you live, I see me. You better be loving the water, I want to put better. God for more, like you live, I see me. What's over in Vela or Europe or Asia, America, Tanja, Yuna, Ibimela. Achuja, Ababa, Benaching, Benapati, Batching, Benasu, Batching, Ababa, Benaching. You fool! Jump. Wongo bong and it's a warfare. I'm young boy, you la. Sayela Jaite, I'm young boy, you la. Before Bella teacher, I'm young boy, you la. July bong and it's a warfare. I'm young boy, you la. Atamela Jaite, I'm young boy, you la. Ayivela teacher, I'm young boy, you la. One Bella teacher, for your man from sky, Tanjo Wise. Piece of music. Boom. Listen a Chayani, Jamaya Chayani. 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 Listen a Chayani, Jamaya Chayani.
Once I say my name, I will do what I say. Our Tati, where the Gumi, our layer, I can
Even when money no day, for better, for love, c'est ça l'amour. Même dans les difficultés, c'est ça l'amour. One heart, one voice, c'est ça l'amour. Kireo, c'est ça l'amour. Kireo, c'est ça l'amour. One lengo chinga kiyeyuya, kiyeyuta la si chinga kiyeyuya, kiyeyu wanyi si chinga kiyeyuya, shufayo si chinga kiyeyuya, wawaye fan chinga kiyeyuya. Leo mo chinga kiyeyuya, sheyo kiyeyuya, hey yo kiyeyuya, yo kiyeyuya, kiyeyu one lengo chinga kiyeyuya, leo mo chinga kiyeyuya, wawaye mo chinga kiyeyuya, lelo mo chinga kiyeyuya, leli no mo chinga kiyeyuya, kiyeyu, kiyeyuya, kiyeyu. Moching you, yeah. One love it, one love it, one love it, one love it. Baby, one console, one love it, one so it, one love it, one love it. We could change a mirror, one love it. Tranquility, one love, oh yeah, one love, yeah, one love, yeah, one love, one love. We are proud, one love, oh, aye, hey, one love, oh, yeah, one love, yeah, one love, one leg on chinga kiyeyu ya, kiyeyu bavan fan chinga kiyeyu ya, kiyeyu mamban fan. You game back from Chinga Kiyuya. Wawa ye from Chinga Kiyuya. Then Leo mo Chinga Kiyuya. Sheyo Kiyuya. Hey yo Kiyuya. Yo Kiyuya. Hey you one ling on Chinga Kiyuya. Leo mo Chinga Kiyuya. Wawa ye mo Chinga Kiyuya. Then Melo mo Chinga Kiyuya. Special oh my dear, love me, I love you, my dear. Special oh my dear, love me, I love you, my dear. Special oh, you love. Special oh my dear, love me, I love you, my dear. Special oh my dear, love me, I love you, my dear. Go your room, Kayem, Zay, Gong for Shilim Kayem. Special oh my dear, love me, I love you, my dear. Go your room, Zay, Gong for Shilim Wanyi. Special oh my dear, love me, I love you, my dear. Salaila, oh Salaila, Salaila, oh Salaila, Salaila, oh Salaila.
Noel Nguya amuna yo nzete ya mbila epesi mbila epesi mafuta epesi nzamba mpe na mpose linda lala na matanga na feti ata bakatiango epesi mayebo na makokolo Maman Marie-Hélène Ngoya, mwasi ya moto. Amuna yo soki ezakisi yebisanganga bakisa barituel bosora kolinga yo ekoma encore plus. Carletti et Sylvain Tinkam Kairon naza na ngai ivrogne ya bolingo nalangwaka se na bolingo na yo nebakisa encore et toujours ba tendresse maman oyebinga nazali amoureux de l'amour bolingo pesanga tu es celle qui éclaire ma vie. Maman Pascal Pam Prestige. Près de toi maman je ne vis que le bonheur. C'est ça le même bonheur n'est-il na paradis. Chaque matin bah je t'aime na epia kana courage. Oh banisa ba chagrin nanga. Oh éclaira ba journée sombre ya vie nangai. Love ngai Marie-Hélène. Je disais ngai Marie-Hélène. Lambe lobo oyo nalinga kashiri. Oh me ngai na paroxysme d'amour. Yasmine la Tanzanienne. Dopengaye, Marie-Hélène, chérie Naye, maman. Je disais Naye, Marie-Hélène, lambe lobo oyo nalingaka chérie. Naye na paroxysme d'amour. Dopengaye, na mono image. Ariel Agnegue Agnex. Banana bala Marie-Hélène nanga. Nakoma ko vivre na paradis. Nakoma ko toucher na baniage. Aza kitoko tellement ngana monaka ba étoile Marie-Hélène. Tikanga na yamba yo na maboko nanga chérie. Na pose mutu nanga esika motema ebetaka. Julie Pella, Francine Nitu Inosita. Tikanga na yamba yo na maboko nanga chérie. Na pose mutu nanga esika motema ebetaka. Mama je disais naye Marie-Hélène ah chérie na paroxysme d'amour bangaye na mono image Adja Kobele my sister je disais naye Marie chérie na paroxysme d'amour bangaye na mono image Mama Angèle Ayaoundé, Bisso Niembo, Chantal Bomolo. Marie-Hélène, actrice principale nanga. Kaka yepe réalisatrice sa filmango. Allez là-bas, suspense na ba mise en scène. Elengize soirée nanga Marie-Hélène. Moya, tikanga na yamba yo na maboko nanga chérie. Na pose mutu nanga esika motema ebetaka. Marie-Hélène, ya kingo ya Noël. Mama na kilorele na Jordi Ngoya Bolingo na nga kingoya Ekilibre na nga ezayo Soki na balaki oteme na kufa monzemba J'ai choisi la meilleure de ma vie Nana yo pe bolingo pour la vie Na mon loin je savais que tu étais parfaite Partout na boison dit que la salle le bon choix Kobala Marie-Hélène Madame Ngoya nalela yo maele ngaki Noël Ngoya mobalino Angélise naye Marie-Hélène oyo nalingaka chérie omemanga na paroxysme d'amour odopangaye na mono image Francis Kakonde Marilyn Kakonde Angélise naye na paroxysme d'amour odopangaye na mono image Zolando Fuso Willy Yo Willy yo Aaron Mukoka leader Yagi Noël Ngoya Ogi Soki Merci plan. Joujou Njoli Bakanja. Feli Tyson. Moussa Kansai Swagman. Christian Miss Ore Babou Sultani Suleiman. Christian Kadji, Etienne Eto, Hervé Oumba, Christian Matata, Jonathan Mamidou, Bébé Takapta, Marvin Labrioche, Picho Bongoso, Bobo Koloke, le président Patrick Kamanga, José Kabea Chefilo, Jean-Paul Essaï, Laure la brésilienne. Adam Mbokolo, Dido Mbokolo, Chico Kelly l'industriel, Ricky Issasso, Yannick Moudimoula, Christian Bossio. Abedasho.
Motema nange kokiotika kobetaka sikotika kolinga yo te alingaka yo tout et pour tout malgré bapeine nos offert subir na ye nasimbika kapilon ya espoir.
Président Big Master Kouloutou Bernard de Witt Montfort.
Bafuka si folie à basage Abedasho, crois-moi s'il te plaît. Oh, unité de mesure à Bollywood dans la KM sans mesure. Abedasho J'couche
Médard Kadima de Boston. Popol Moupassoula, merveille Bopé l'international.
Pasi nangele ki effecté ba wenyo so bakufa marte ya bolingo. Basangisi makila na bango bano kisa mvula makilele ki mvula ya nowe. Po ba fidèle ba kota na masuwa ya bolingo ben fidèle ba chola. Peut-être que ko diminuer effectif ya bato bazo kufa na calamité ya bolingo. Mboka ya bolingo biso nyonso tolelaka ipare tozaba esclave lelo nandimi ke moto yozo yetola ekoki mpe kotumba yo eske yozoyoka bene ite kolela na ngai ite abet ashu eske yozomona na ngai ite kolela na ngai ite abet ashu.
Le roi soleil Yanozi Mwamba, ya mama Eugénie Paluku, ya Albert Mboyo Ekofo.
Ndenge mokili engengaka na soleil moko Abedasho. Pourquoi pas motema na yo ebetaka kaka mpona moto moko ngai. Pourquoi tu te poses trop de questions? Aime-moi comme moi je t'aime. On s'en fout de la vie des autres. Mon amour, tu sais combien je t'aime. Abed passion fali ezandu les passion nanga te bolingo na yo Abedasho. Eske yozoyoka bene ite kolela na ngai ite abet ashu. Eske yozomona na ngai ite kolela na ngai ite abet ashu.
Ya Michel Kabea, ya Sami Mikobi le Strateko, Gigi Palmi la Palmeret.
Abedasho na bando sala nyonso tu. Je ferai tout ce que tu voudras. Mais promets-moi que tu m'épouseras. Je veux
l'alliance, le nom, l'amour. Moi j'ai envie de croire à tes paroles. Ah baby, tu es à moi. Et moi je t'aimais. Pona mboka ya bolingo biso nyonso tolelaka ipare tozaba esclave. Lelo nandimi ke moto yozo yetola ekoki pe kotumba yo. Mawana ngaite kolela na ngaite abe. Eske ozo yeba ngaite kolela na ngaite abe. Eske ashu ozo yeba ngaite kolela na ngaite abe. Etel ngombe ngaite kolela na ngaite abe. Oh, Samilia ou Soule Kauka, Olivier Ndombasi, Pichou Ndombasi Naluta, Fergani la merveille, et j'ai quitté Bassel Chou, Junior Mwabilou, Papa Satar, Jenna Bassial, Saïdoussi, Golbi Valois, Cyprien Anzolo, Juno Itema, Self-Made, Diedongani, Clarissa Diomi, Sizodo, Patrick Fambe Maoyogo, Djongadi Yoyo, Honorable Prince Tukuzu, Jackie Kabongo, Bombastique na Ele, Jean-Pi Mwamba, Patrick Ilanga, Trick Ilanga, Merlon, Mystère Original, Trésor Kississa, Eric Ndala, ya Carmen Madinda, Richard Kabala le club, Moïse Samani, Boris Antiede, Papana Enzo, Teddy Lembi le banquier, Junior Chizainga, Chic Ntemba Bafossette, Héritier Zégoire, Eric la tortue. Kamalion, King Eska, Yavsana, The Boss Lady. Atababandeli mokili 1000 fois, je te choisirai toujours à chaque fois. Nayebaki yokozala mama ya bana, motema nange betaki quand je t'ai vu. Afsana Boss Lady of Minama World. Sid Boy, tu connais ma faiblesse. Afsana oyebi que na lela yo na King Eska Sid Boy. Je me battrai toujours pour toi, malgré Manza Kamaliona. Motema nanga ne anyo binisanga gauche à droite. Afsana Wamba Afsana, to the left, to the right. Afsana tushuke tupande. Sana bolingo nanga chikana memelo breakfast na mbeto. Sana wewe ni malaika, bebe te la meilleure mama, mina kupenda sana. Afsana, je remercie le ciel, merci Nzambe. Afsana nos bénédictions ponanga. King Eska Sid Boy, je me battrai toujours pour toi, malgré Manza Kamaliona. Gauche à droite, Afsana Wamba Afsana, to the left, to the right. Afsana tushuke tupande. I love you Afsana, I need you Afsana, I love you Sid Boy, I need you Sid Boy. Pour que gauche à droite, Sana. Oh, en bas, Sana. To the left, to the right, Sana. To shuke to pande. I love you, Sana. I need you, Sana. I love you, sweet boy. I need you, sweet boy. I love you, Sana, mama. The boss, lady. Oza malaika, nzambatinela nga, sweet boy. I will die for you. Je pourrais mourir pour toi. Mina kupenda sana. Sana, sana. Let's go. Let's go. Sid Boy, Manzaka Malion, King SK. Papa na Marcia SK. Léonie la Lionne d'or. Maman Léa Dabani. Albert Mavungo. Daniel Menge Danone. Serge Ona Adouala. Amidou Djamo. Et voilà. Rodrigue Nguesso, l'homme, le conseiller spécial. Bah je t'aime na yueza versé. Oyo na samela en excès. Koluka kutu koyebate. Soki na linga kayo en excès. Soraya Pembe, Moisi à moto. Yoka. Les heures des saveurs. Soki balinga kayo pour de vrai. Et mon anaka teza caché. Koluka kutu oyebate. Soki na linga kayo en excès. Rodrigue Alelayo. Ingrid Weber. Kelvis Nkroy, le fils de la promesse. Chance le gourou. Jean-Baptiste Ekwaki. Mongongo na yene chazo yemba. Ndeka monga na komaka zoba. Démarche na yena salon na biso. Neti kaka apparition ya cet esprit. Soki apesinga ba bisou na zwaka folie. Soraya zaka non est très sexy. Okomisinga pine bolingo na yo volant. Tala nengo guide esprit na ngai. Kitoko Soraya comparable na ema. Ebendaka ngai pembenine. Kitoko na yeza minzoto. Oyo nzamba talaka na lola. Nini nzamba tjana nzoto Soraya. Pona monaka basi misusu te. Soki apesinga bisou na zwi folie. Soraya moi tellement sexy. Okomisinga pine bolingo na yo volant. Tala nengo guide esprit na ngai. Kitoko Soraya comparable na ema. Ebendaka ngai pembenine. Chéri nanga Soraya ozali. Pembe ozali. Créature yo Zamakela pour partager Vinanga bébé Yosali Rodrigue Ozali Papa Banananga Bolingo Nanga Amour Vinanga Pembe Yosali Sora Yosapiranga Gino Al Capone Gigi Bokole Hassan Gelezi chante Dido Botele Lisolo ya Soraya ekota tina bajournaux. Vide donné tableau de peinture à Picasso. Lisolo ya chéri nanga goma tina magazine à Vogue. T'es la meilleure incomparable. Ma Soraya Pembe adorable. Gary Iwe le G.I. Soraya Samis réservé pour Nangaye. Rodrigue Nguesso. Soraya Zayambatable. Nabengake héroïne, chérie Namaza sensuelle, Mama Banana, Angelina Rose, Ezra, Cherare, Nguesso, la chérie Nonaza sincère, Nalela trop. Kitoko chérie comparable na bétoile. Banjelou balobi aza extraterrestre. Opticien ba mon ami sa Soraya. inspira bango po basala balonti nga ntango namonaki Soraya oyango nga nazala topo koma mama ya bana mbongo na ye neti azoyemba nde ntango nga nakomaka zoba demarshe na ye na salon na biso neti kaka apparition ya cet esprit chéri nanga Soraya ozali pembe ozali créature oyo nzamakela po partager vie nanga bébé ozali Rodrigo ozali papa bana nanga bolingo nanga amour evinanga pembe ozali Soraya ozapeanga. Les heures des saveurs. César Ngadi Kleboa Adi Londolé Karaboy Titi Kayembe Balambongo Bad Boy Lover Junior Massangu Jimas 001 Alphonse Mbouéboué Cerveau Bleu Tyson Feli encore les heures des saveurs. Soraya mon amour, je t'appelle mon artiste, mon bébé, ma chérie. Moi je t'aime trop, Soraya, moi Nadidas Pembe, Bisco Prada, Gina Ikali, Christian Kinois, Melis Mabika, ma chérie, maman, Maïno pour la vie, et jusqu'à la mort, mon démat nanga, Rodrigue Nguesso. Fadji, Skeno de Patra, Mena Kalouji, avantage. Le cœur. Jérémy Okemba, Michel Mboula, l'entrepreneur. John Tumba, puissance, Evie Kikouli, Switzerland. Serge Kadilou, Starplay. Landry Mea, le patron de l'espace minier. Michel Moto, toujours fidèle au poste. Sandra Chibi, Viviane Lumbulumbu. Demilo Ipalaka na Tokyo. Charlie Mbamba, Teshi Corporation. Ya Didier Mbokolo, Beethoven Yombo Germain, Gay Mamadou, l'habilleur de luxe, Kategoura Dollar, Dada Acha Rachidi, Achour Business et Construction, Afi Coloqué, Tonton Lama, Alpha Morflip, Neves Pablinto, Armel Caprice, Jonathan Makunga Malonda, Serge Bobois, Glenn Jaurès et Sengue, Jeff Ngoïdreux, Soumaoro Mohamed. Aigle. Ma chérie ne veut que des couleurs pour apaiser toutes nos douleurs. Juste un peu de chaleur, yeah, pour oublier toutes nos colères. Yeah. Bonaye, bonaye, nadaye. Bonaye, bonaye, nadaye. Mais comment est-ce possible que mon cœur soit dans cet état? Mais j'ai fait l'imbécile. Dis-moi ce que j'ai fait, je ne sais pas. Mais pourquoi partir et laisser tes clés sur le palier? J'ai tenté l'impossible, mais nos sentiments se sont éloignés. Ah mon amour, ah mon bébé, ah mon amour, ah mon bébé. Ma chérie ne veut que des couleurs nos colères. Bonaye, bonaye, nadaye, nadaye. Bonaye, 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 nadaye. Malilie, 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 yenga moko nandako. Tu es mauvaise, maman. Tu es mauvaise, chérie. Tala mosika to utanga na yo, chérie. Zongela moninga kolinga te zonga se mokola kokufa. Ma chérie ne veut que des couleurs pour apaiser toutes nos douleurs. Juste un peu de chaleur, yeah, pour oublier toutes nos colères. Bonaye, bonaye, nadaye. Bonaye, bonaye, nadaye. Ah, mon amour, ah, mon bébé. Ah, mon amour, ah, mon bébé. Tu es mauvaise, maman. Tu es mauvaise, chérie. Ma chérie ne veut que des couleurs pour apaiser toutes nos douleurs. Juste un peu de chaleur, yeah, pour oublier toutes nos colères. Bonaye, bonaye, nadaye, nadaye. Bonaye, bonaye, nadaye, nadaye. Ah, ah, ah,
Mon fait ça que fait moins power. 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 Mon fait ça que fait pas de aïe, mon fait ça que fait moins power. Calma de bourreau. La fille est pas aïe, mon fait ça fait moins power. À la caca prochaine garçon calma qui a conforme la vie de mes cosas. La blanca, famille de malade. Aïe, mon fait ça fait moins power. Famille de malade. Oui, power. canción de mi pobre corazón. Oye mi bien, chérie, tu m'avais tant promis et tu m'as oublié. Oh mami, 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 tu m'avais bien compris et tu as tout changé. Si te connais, si te connais, si te connais, ta manière, la caresser. Si te connais, si te connais, si te connais, ta manière, ta dolodé. Si te connais, si moi te connais, si te connais, chérie, ta dolodé. Si te connais, si te connais, si te connais, ta manière, ta caresser. Si te connais, si te connais, si te connais, ta moyenne, ta caresser. Si te connais, si te connais, si te connais, ta moyenne, ta dolodé. Mon copain, ça fait moins pas ouais. Mami, on t'est malade. Mon copain, ça fait pas de ouais. Mami, on t'est malade. Aïe, mon copain, ça fait moins pas ouais. Mami, on t'est malade. Eh bien, copain, moi. Maman de vous. Mami, on t'est malade. L'autre, dis-moi que la fièvre. Comment? Mami, on t'est malade. Et puis, yo dis-moi que madame, mon contingent est convalescente. Vous comprenez moi ça? Mami, on t'est malade. Alors, vous comprenez, même si vous avez madame contingent, quand vous avez dit, c'est machine à monter perpétuelle, vous comprenez, où contingent peut patiner, vous comprenez, vous pas que l'autre bagaille pour baler. Vous pas que l'autre bagaille pour baler. Tip bomb. Tip bomb.
Alors, les films baltés, bon, non, alors reste bon, non, on doit mettre dans chaise portative, faut qu'on doit mettre chita là-dedans. Avec ça, comprendre. On va jouer nos 10 gens sec, coupé. Et puis, on l'autre, encore, on va jouer caliente, si bémol. Vous comprenez? Alors, même si par exemple, on a toujours quelques camarades qui nous avaient fait un petit coup de volant, qui t'avaient fait un petit coup de volant, comprendre, les films conduisent machine, comprendre? Vous comprenez, conduit. Là, à la droite, la gauche, là, à la gauche, la droite, vous comprenez? Alors, on est, faut mettre camarade là, parce qu'il continue louange pour le faire pour. Il est pour le dire, oh, mes amis, oh, à la bonne machine est elle là, bon. Mais, on va qui veut pas quitter faire prudence, pas laisser faire prudence. Si vous avez malin, quittez le boutique des papas, regardez nos machines à qui go là, regardez nos c'est patinage. Tout roule à chimie. Ah. Mon copain, ça fait moins pas, ouais. Mon copain, ça fait pas de ouais. Mon copain, ça fait moins pas, ouais.
Malgré les hauts et les bas, elle est toujours là. Les Didi est un spécial, n'a mis à tout. Son cœur est plein d'amour. Ça c'est une chanson pour toutes les femmes fortes. Salutez ma maman, ma femme forte. Rata tangi pas moyen, mais elle reste forte. Les Didi a dit que l'échec n'existe pas. Il n'y a que des apprentissages, c'est que la bouche dit. Miss indépendante, Namosa vrai. Après toutes ces années, elle reste toujours fraîche. Yoko tomonga na zuwa, papa. Yoko finanga na zuwa, mama. Yoko tomonga na zuwa, epa izuwa ya. Moninga ma epa izuwa ya. Okuta kinga na yango. Likambo moke mosala koboma. Komona ngaye, pama. Nalembi nabaye naralembi narabaye. Anouchka Obezo, Paulette, Sarah la jet-setteuse et Régis Brahim. Les Didi, Dieu t'a tout donné, la force, la santé et la beauté. Le travail, les enfants, l'amour. Les Didi, oh qui es-tu? Yo Zanani, pour mériter autant. Je sais que Dieu donne à qui il veut. Pas alimenter ma pépé, maman. Tout le monde dit qu'on a ma beaucoup pété, maman. Les Didi a sa protectrice, Yabana. Les Didi a sa instructrice, Yabana. Encore mieux, elle transmet à ses enfants des valeurs. Vrai. Elle valorise la famille africaine. Yes. Mais la vie est un combat. Nana Lembi. Heureusement Dieu est grand. Yoko tomanga na zuwa, papa. John et famille. Yoko finanga na zuwa, mama. Ika de Yong. Yoko tomanga na zuwa, epa izuwa ya. Epa izuwa ya. Ajal okuta kinga na yango. Likambo moke mosala koboma. Komona ngaye, pama. Nalembi babwina bino sans effet. Nabaye les Didi veut dire femme fatale. Nalembi tika komona
Jeanne Do, Iman Barry, Franck et Marie Ping, Annabella Dos Santos. Alors dans mon cercle et dans ma clique, je préfère un ennemi qu'un traître. Yala bye bye.
Oh nalembi nakomi zoba na nzela nalekaka matongi se kombwa Yorlene asebi de la Porsche Irène la palmarès Pasta James Moulumbe
Signorita
Jimmy Kalombo ya Laurence Bravo Nounou Tabou Peggy Kingwayi
le commandeur Moubiala.
Lady D reste calme car Dieu t'a choisi.
Yes.
Webi Kaza winner a tombola loboko.
Fort.
Ceux qui posent un abat jaloux, oh tomboli loboko c'est qui?
Olivier Chava.
Yezola kolanda belo biamba tote ba jaloux.
Maïko.
Libanga te umeli ne bale jamais kobongwa na mbisi. Mbisi nga moteme bale kota no na kati.
Madongo Lela, Nour Chamala, Élisée Luamboya et Mongo Luambo. Bienfait Kitamba, Deborah Ngongo, Les Bodinga Oba, BGH, Fiston Ingani, l'espoir, Achille Mboyo, Ale Gauthier Bilele, attaque tous les jaloux. Yves Mpelana Bondi, Andrea Preston Coiffure. Guilain Omelonga na Suède, Atumba la Kashogi, Martini Cosmétique, Ya Elimbayo. Gaylor Katien de la Clé de la Ville, Gilles Okana, Fondation Sunga, Gomez et Tracy Kisolokele, Dr Geriana, le pharmaco na Canada. Okito Panda Chala Lukapa, son excellence Serge Nkonde.
Non.
Clepin Lembila.
Nana boya nanga minono, koswana sans moi. Nana boya nanga matongi, faites ça sans moi. Nana boya nanga songo tobo, koloba sans moi. Et moi je n'aime pas le Congo, ça, faites ça sans moi. Si tu n'arrives pas à m'affronter, pose faible.
Yes.
Les insultes sur les réseaux, c'est pour les faibles.
Exact.
Nana boya nanga ma problème, navana nien.
Honorable Alpha Bokole, Bobo Bokole.
Mawa, 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 mawa. Et pourtant, ça monte ma bien.
Jules Makaya, Hervé Katangala. Yves Kambamboulou. Ya Christian Lusakweno. Christian Senga, Nadisi, Kiki Touré, Jolou Banzila Yahweh. C'est yo, Israël yo, dance love.
kasi na motema te o kuna bazolela papanga na motema dance love salite suki na nzoto kasi na motema te kuna ndesika na loja dance love forteresse sécurisée infranchissable ata Guillaume le conquérant lingaki kofranchir te po bolingo na yo dance love fortification na mboka ya motema na ngai mama motema lokola ba cellule mère eko se diviser pe ko se multiplier yango moto akoki kobomba ne 3-4 amour kasi yanga motema indivisible place moko se a dance love mon amour kapasita motema nanga bolingo no esatura yango bébé espace insuffisant pour d'autres amours ekosenga na efase yo po mosusu a remplace kasi moye ya koefase yo na motema nanga ezali te mon amour
ozali atome moko ya oxygène oyo ezangaki na 2 atomes ya hydrogène po esala mai polo c'est la vie dance love tu es ma vie mama tu es ma vie. L'amour éternel pour la vie, je te comprends, tu me comprends, on se comprend. Dance love, l'amour de ma vie, à ta puissance agonie, na l'île et luçon. Et quoi ça qui t'est chéri, banda konyo soit bolingo. Dance love pour le meilleur et le pire. Maman, pour le meilleur et le pire. Claudicia. Atako bolingo e umeli bana bakoli kasi bolingo na yo na motema na ngeza kaka ya sika ye kolela te kobanga te seskola loba nye tata bo moko mama bo moko ekolobe moko nzi moko atako ba ministre bazali ba généraux pe bazali na motema nanga mokonzi se yo moko dance love mibale te se yo mama mokonzi mama mokonzi mibale te mibale te. Son Altesse Sidi Kanyasi bandeko na ngai ndenge kaka ezalaka bafamille na ngai bautaki mboka baye kotala biso na Kinshasa. Si on attend un retour, tu décides na mère, tu kende kotika bango, tina mboka. Tomati na bateau, ngai, mère, mokumbi bateau, na ba famille na ngai. Tokomi na katikati ya lac, bateau edindi. Mère, mokumbi bateau, na ba famille na nga badindi. Siko ba yesinga na sala choix, na sauver mutu moko. Na recevoir nani entre mère, ba famille na ngai, to mokumbi bateau. Alors mes chers amis, vous qui ne comprenez pas le lingala, la plus belle langue du monde, donc j'étais en train de dire, ma famille est venue nous rendre visite et à la fin de leur séjour, on a décidé de les raccompagner, ma femme et moi. Et pendant le voyage, le bateau a coulé et on me demande alors de ne sauver qu'une seule personne, soit un membre de ma famille, ma femme ou le capitaine du bateau. À votre avis, qui dois-je sauver? Na motema nanga se yo balobi na mpona entre yo na bafamille nanga nalobi raison de vivre nanga se yo wana na Titanic Jacques andimaki kose noye mpona Rose se yo wana na amour éternel ke malandimaki risque. C'est wana na prince à New York, prince qui mandimaki koko ma serviteur pour Lisa. C'est wana na Biblia, Abraham mandimaki koka wana na Agar na Ismaël pour Sarah. C'est yo moko, mama mokondi, there's love mama, mama mokondi. C'est yo moko, mama mokondi. Mama Mokondi, lutin. L'amour inconditionnel, y'a toi et moi. Fais-moi danser avec amour, dance love. Même dans une autre vie, tu seras mon seul choix. Mon choix unique. Laissons parler les aigris, Bakoyoka Sony, Sony na bango. Bébé nanga, kota motema nanga mobimba profondément. Mama banana eza yo mama mokondi mama mokondi nalela yo ya trop yebi yango bien mon amour l'amour inconditionnel y'a toi et moi fais-moi danser avec amour dance love même dans une autre vie tu seras mon seul choix unique laissons parler les Baraza, président Yves Junior Zobo. Consti Eka, Ia Christian Lusakweno, président Chop Chop à Douala, Phil le Montagnard. kasi na motema te o kuna bazolela papanga na motema dance love salite suki na nzoto kasi na motema te kuna ndesika na loja dance love forteresse sécurisée infranchissable attaque Guillaume le conquérant lingaki pour franchir te po bolingo na yo dance love fortification na mboka ya motema na ngai mama motema lokola ba cellule mère eko se diviser pe ko se multiplier yango moto akoki kobombane 3-4 amour kasi yanga motema indivisible place moko se a dance love mon amour kapasita motema nanga bolingo no esatura yango bébé espace insuffisant pour d'autres amours ekosenga na efase yo po mosusu a remplace kasi moye ya koefase yo na motema nanga ezali te mon amour ozali atome moko ya oxygène oyo ezangaki na 2 atomes ya hydrogène po esala mai polo c'est la vie dance love tu es ma vie mama tu es ma vie l'amour éternel pour la vie je te comprends tu me comprends on se comprend dance love l'amour de ma vie à ta puissance agonie na lile luson ekwesa kite chéri banda konyo soit bolingo dance love pour le meilleur et le pire mama pour le meilleur et le pire Claudicia atako bolingo eumeli bana bakoli kasi bolingo na yo na motema nanga eza kaka ya sika ye kolela te kobanga te seskola loba nye tata bo moko mama bo moko ekolobe moko mokonzi moko atako ba ministre bazali ba généraux pe bazali kasi na motema nanga mokonzi se yo moko dance love mibale te se yo mama mokonzi mama mokonzi mibalete
Son Altesse Sidi Kanyasi bandeko na ngai ndenge kaka ezalaka bafamille na ngai bautaki mboka baye kotala biso na Kinshasa sikoyo na ntango ya retour todeside na mare tokende kotika bango ntina mboka tomati na bato ngai mare mokumbi bato na bafamille na ngai tokomi na katikati ya lac bato edini mare mokumbi bato na bafamille na ngai badini sikoyo bayebisi ngai nasala choix na sauve moto moko na kosauve nani entre mare bafamille na ngai to mokumbi bato boyebisa ngai alors mes chers amis vous qui ne comprenez pas le lingala la plus belle langue du monde donc j'étais en train de dire ma famille est venue nous rendre visite et à la fin de leur séjour on a décidé de les raccompagner ma femme et moi et pendant le voyage le bateau a coulé et on me demande alors de ne sauver qu'une seule personne soit un membre de ma famille ma femme ou le capitaine du bateau À votre avis, qui dois-je sauver?
Na motema nanga te yo balobi na mpona entre yo na bafamille nanga nalobi raison de vivre nanga te yo se yo wana na Titanic Jacques andimaki kose noye mpona Rose se yo wana na amour éternel ke malandimaki riske New York, Prince Akimandi Maki Koko, mon serviteur pour Lisa. C'est Oana na Biblia, Abraham Animaki Koka, Wanana Agarna Ismaël. Pour Sarah, c'est Omoko, Mama Mokondi. There's love, Mama, Mama Mokondi. C'est Omoko, Mama Mokondi. Ah, Mama, Mama Mokondi. Y'a toi et moi, fais-moi danser avec amour, dance love. Même dans une autre vie tu seras mon seul choix. Mon choix unique, laissons parler les aigris. Bakoyo Kasoni, Soni na bango. Bébé nanga, kota motema nanga mobima profondément. Affaire yo mosusu te, Mama Mokonzi. C'est toi l'amour de ma vie, Mama Mokondi. Mama banana yo, Mama Mokondi. Mama Mokondi. Nalela yo ya trop yebi yango bien. Mon amour, l'amour inconditionnel, y'a toi et moi, fais-moi danser avec amour, dance love. Même dans une autre vie tu seras mon seul choix. Mon choix unique, laissons parler les aigris. Bakoyo Kasoni.
Robert Braza, président Yves Junior Zobo. Consti Eka, Ia Christian Lusakweno, président Chop Chop à Douala, Phil le Montagnard. Music. Honorable Alita Chamala, aime-moi un peu. Le leader de leur leader, Simplice et Bata.
Mokili monanga zoba, mokili monanga yuma, mpasi à love, moto tako maîtriser. Nzoka, souffrance à love, moto tako supporter, angolo kolanga. Alita Chamala, mokili monanga zoba, mokili monanga yuma, mpasi à love, moto tako maîtriser. Nzoka, souffrance à love, moto tako supporter.
Olivier Kamazi.
Nango blague, mobali bomesana kane bien. Ye atoma na ye courant, yo fleuve mazana. Caresse tendresse, cura love, minelo bitumba cura déception. N'y peut pas banzete nyo se commis on paraître comme un déluge.
It's Mr. KV, the Beats Prophet.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, Big Bam says, hey, oh yeah, oh yeah. Lima sankwe, sawiya limala. Lima sankwe, sawiya limala. Lima sankwe, sawiya limala. Lima sankwe, sawiya limala. Kingdom kibwarla, ndendeng shola. Nanara kibla, ngasanga kibla. Kingom kibarla, ndereng shola. Nanara kibla, ngasanga kibla. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah,
show me shonga. Asijali modu show bonyang, bojali modu show donso, follow tamwa wa yire. Asijali modu show bonyang, bojali modu show donso, follow tamwa wa yire. Yaya ngonso oh yeah. Mami wongonso oh yeah. Yaya ngonso oh yeah. Mami wongonso oh yeah. Kango, 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 kanye yo, kanye sayo, jinkango, jinkango. Abalame, lawiralo, shilu unamba, lawiralo, abalame, lawiralo, shilu unamba. Abalame, lawiralo, shilu unamba, lawiralo, abalame, lawiralo, shilu unamba. Senjang se wan fine kofi yun moto. 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 Yeah, wanna lem one fair, but we do remo. Let's say mantuma, kin wayen 1-4. Yeah, wanna lem one fair, but we are the ramwa. Let's say mantuma, kin wayen 1-4. Kire, kire, oh yeah, kire, kire, oh yeah, kire, gocho, kire, oh yeah, kire, gocho, kire, oh yeah, yeah yeah, oh yeah yeah, oh yeah, yeah yeah, oh yeah yeah, oh yeah, yeah yeah, gocho, yeah yeah, oh yeah, yeah yeah, gocho, yeah yeah, oh yeah, kire. Oh yeah, kire, kire, oh yeah, kire, gocho, kire, oh yeah, kire, gocho, kire, yeah yeah, oh yeah yeah, oh yeah, yeah yeah, oh yeah yeah, oh yeah, yeah yeah, gocho, yeah yeah, oh yeah, yeah yeah, gocho. We won't gang yeah, oh yeah, we won't gang yeah, oh yeah, we yeah utu mendava, oh yeah, utu be barwana, oh yeah, we won't gang yeah, oh yeah, we won't gang yeah, oh yeah, we yeah utu
from sky, KPC music. Oh, laero, laerita, mam, the band we win, the Bangton laero. Oh, laero, laerita, mam, vengari win, the bangia forever. Sakong bungo, mambang ya ayo, shanyam tejio, tebang tewano, jitinga tewano, amuko ikile, yamu, momulo paramba konai. Sakong bungo, mambang ya ayo, shanyam tejio, tebang tewano, jitinga tewano, amuko ikile, yamu, momulo paramba konai. Pejumwayo mena yonga bela one gonzo. Pejumwayo mena yonga bela one ginyamso. Pejumwayo mena yonga bela one shufayo. Pejumwayo yonga bela hey yonga bela barana. Pejumwayo yonga bela shufayo. Shufayo yonga bela mambang ya ayo, sanyam tejio, tebang tewano, jitinga tewano, amoko ikilon, yamu, pomulo paramba gonai. Sakong kupango, mambang ya ayo, sanyam tejio, tebang tewano, jitinga tewano, amoko ikilon, yamu, pomulo paramba gonai. Ayo, ataro, sufayo, minamo, la wite shamo, nyamwe, loni lufalo, nyamwe, sufayo, nyamwo, one fire, nyamwo, one gunso. Shufayo, Jumayo, Wayonga Bella, Pinamo, Jumayo, Menayonga Bella, one soe, Jumayo, Menayonga Bella, one ginyam soe, Jumayo, Menayonga Bella, one gun soe. Oh, laero, laerita, Atula Marila Ando, Basawi Maria Zefeu. Atla marila ando, basawi marila tufeu. Bejumayong, bejumayong, ayong belayong so, ayong belayong binamo. Bejumayong, bejumayong, ayong belayong so, ayong belayong binamo. Bejumayong, bejumayong, ayong belayong so, ayong belayong. Ayong benayong so, ayong benayong yabo, ayong benayong Henry Shapina, Fanka Iliasu, very one so adam. Hey, fesela tonza, utisi tatangi nyamu, kafeli gani motaroa, jimo mjabe na yiyumu haipime la 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 la. Bitumia sawia shongi shonga bitumi, bitumia sawia shongi shonga bitumi, zerengo wasia, bitumia sawia shongi shonga bitumi, tuye diria, bitumia sawia shongi shonga bitumi. Bula mochia, bitumia sawia shongi shonga bitumi, reye gegea, bitumia sawia shongi shonga bitumi, biluvenduruma, your man from sky, KPC music. Oh, laero, laerita, mama, isami
takobe Taro rilo tirumoe tirumom tini you all You will rilo tirumoe tirumom tini you all Vesuma tungo Ramajugani moa I'm Rami Sawi tuke matofea Zulorane Amsikota kobe Mkota kobe Pomsiluzita kobe Zulorane Amsikota kobe Mkota kobe Pomsiluzita kobe Ayo
Make you find work or you remain the suffer. yum jange, temi jini koma. Ina pinte, bini bini koma. Mana yum jange, yumi tangi koma. Ina jemte, temi jemi koma, temi jemi koma. Mana yum jange, temi jini koma. Ina pinte, bini bini koma. Mana yum jange, yumi tangi koma. Ina jemte, temi jemi koma, temi jemi koma.
Hello, hello, folks. We are about to start. Our big ask of you is that make sure your bundles of love are with you. If you turn around and you don't see your bundle of love, your child, then you need to make sure you have them. A hotel is a very dangerous place. So let's make sure our bundles of love are with us. This is important. All right? So we're about to start, and the person who is going to manage this event from beginning to end needs no introduction. The family name is Balon, that you already know, but it is not the TV station creator and founder. It's the brother of our Lamso TV founder. So I am here to introduce our MC for tonight, who is no other person than Mustafa Balon. Put your hands together for our MC, please. Mustafa Balon. Take care. So here you go.
Thank you so much, Rufai. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today. How are you? You're fine? Okay. Want to say something?
I'm something fine because I'm 4 years old.
She's 4 years old, the future of BFU-USA. So it's an honor for us to be here. And also an honor for me. Unfortunately, I'm the last born of my family, and I always get introduced by the brother of, the sister of, or the junior brother too. But today I'm standing in my own name. I've decided to take the bull by the horns. Monyoy Batlon will be your humble servitor for today. And I'm going to be assisted by a very charming lady. When she comes, you see her. And when I'm having an occasion like this, I always like to give some survival information. First one, if you want to do number 1 or number 2, use the doors. You have the restrooms out there. Second, survival information, like Shufai said, the hotel may be a nice place, but at the same time it's a dangerous place. Please keep your eyes on your kids. My wife, do you have your eyes on our son? Third thing is a big welcome to Dallas. Welcome to Dallas. Before coming here today, I met the governor of Texas, and he gave me some powers. And based on those powers, I have the authority to say, welcome to Dallas. Turn to your left, turn to your right. Say hello. Am I by myself? Are you not happy to be seated with somebody besides you? Say welcome to whoever is with you. So without any much ado, I'm going to call on those outside to come in so we can get this show started. And while we're getting people settled in, I just got word that we should try to sit on the tables that we've reserved. If you didn't reserve a table, you have chairs around and at the back which you can use. That said, Mr. President of Dallas chapter. Where is the president of Dallas chapter? My Dallas people. Something is not right. DJ, is this microphone working? Is it working? If this microphone is working, can I see people put their hands up at that end? It's not working. Hello? Hello? Is the microphone working? Is it working? Can I see some hands up? Can I see some hands up? Okay. It looks like the sound. Can you check the sound on that side? If the microphone is working, can I see some hands up on this side? DJ, what's wrong with the sound? If the microphone is working, can I see some hands up? Are we together? I will not take a fine today by asking chauffeurs to. If this side lets me down, I will just drop this microphone and go home. DJ, please raise the sound. If the microphone is working, can I see some hands up? All right. I'm not by myself. Where is my president? Where is the Dallas chapter? Can the Dallas chapter stand up, please? Stand up. You've done a fantastic work this far. You need to be proud of what you've done, and I want to appreciate each and every one of you. As you stand, use the door, get your president, and get ready. We're starting the show. DJ, while that is happening, please spin that board.
Versity amandanga ya sita ayaya wo ya yo 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 Versity amandanga ya sita ayaya word ya yo Versity amandanga ya sita ayaya word ya oh ya yo boni mayang men koyo be ya yo Versity amandanga ya sita ayaya word